Well, good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Spectre here on the 5x5 channel here on a Wednesday, now the 20th day of October. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Looks like we're firing on all cylinders here again this week. Looks like we're up on Twitch, so thank you for joining over there. A few of you guys over on YouTube, letting you guys get settled in here momentarily over on DLive, and of course we are over on the foxhole.app, so appreciate you guys tuning in over there today as always. So today we got a interesting show, a lot of news to try and get through here in the first hour. Second hour, hopefully we'll have KB joining here. Last week he had a little difficulties and things going on down his neck of the woods that prevented him from being here. Third hour, we'll have to kind of play it by ear. We may bleed over a little bit from second hour. Sonny is still out sick here this week, and hopefully bringing up the rear here today. We'll have all 412 and season pixels to kind of round things out on the afternoon. So again, appreciate you guys tuning in as always. That being said, hey, let's just jump right in, shall we? So one of the first things I want to bring up here today is, hey, how many of you guys knew that today was a 10-year anniversary of this guy, the slaughter of Libya, an assassination of Gaddafi? My, how time flies, right? Remember the old HRC interview? We came, we saw, he died. Yeah, 10 years ago. All of this took place. So out of 21st Century Wire here today, says 10 years ago today. Just think about the unmitigated devastation that followed and who was responsible. Never forget that this regime change operation led directly to the escalation of the international proxy war on Syria, and with HRC as one of its chief architects. Yeah, remember that? Breast Check TV says, on this day, Muammar Gaddafi was assassinated. Look, Muammar Gaddafi was a thief, plain and simple, but he shared the wealth with his people, something you can't say for the leaders of the U.S. Before the U.S. destabilization, Libya had the highest standard of living in Africa. Free universal health care, free universal education, and many other benefits American citizens can only dream of. Now the country is in ruins, its infrastructure destroyed, the social order is in chaos, atrocities have become a daily occurrence, and its weapons stockpile is now in the hands of terrorists. The U.S. did that, not because Gaddafi was a threat, but because the U.S. declared there was a civil war, and they had to come down on the side of freedom and humanitarian aid. Sound familiar? This is the same scam Bill Clinton ran in Yugoslavia, the same scam being run now against Syria. By the way, this operation was HRC's baby. She ran it from end to end. Watch the corrupt, lying, immoral scum clown news push the slaughter. Oh, and who can forget former U.S. Secretary of State HRC and her infamous gloating following the violent U.S.-backed assassination of Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi? And I'll let a little of this play through.
So, I mean, that is the land of unconfirmed rumors. We came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No, oh, I'm sure it did.
Images of his dead body and those of one of his sons. A warning that you may find the images in Mark Stone's report distressing. But he has the story now on the death of a dictator.
These are the final few moments of Muammar Gaddafi's life. Dragged through the streets of the town he called home, the place where he expected to be protected. The footage is confusing and disturbing, but not surprising. It is unmistakably him. The sequence of events isn't clear here.
Well, that's probably about enough we need to see of that, but who knows the real story behind that? Many of you guys remember, many of you guys from across the pond obviously might recall that old, who was it, Tony Blair? Might have taken several meetings with Gaddafi and company. And why do you suppose that would be? What do you think it was that Libya was trying to do at the time that, perhaps might have gone against the grains of, say, certain central banksters? Was it the fact that perhaps they might have been instituting a gold standard? Perhaps. And this was just the cover story, the BS, this whole civil war that was constructed? Food for thought, right? In any case, it's hard to believe that that much time has already passed since then, and yet here we still are dealing with many of the same aspects of said war. That being said, some other news here today. Out of India, flood death toll rises to 46 in the Indian state of Uttarakhand, almost 19 inches of rain in 24 hours. Update. I've been talking a little bit on my morning show. If you've joined me over there on my channel here in the mornings, China had just had a lot of flooding as well. India apparently not too terribly far behind, and my guess is this is probably going to cause some problems with any sort of harvests and things of that nature, any sort of crops. It says at least 17 people have been killed in floods caused by heavy rain in Uttarakhand. The Times of India reported on Tuesday. On Monday, 5 people, including 3 laborers from Nepal, were killed after a landslide in Champawat district. On Tuesday, the State Emergency Operations Center was quoted by the Times of India as saying 7 people had been killed in separate rain-related incidents in Nainital district the previous night. A bridge being built over the Chelti River in Champawat was washed away after water levels rose. Nearly 100 people were stranded at the Lemon Tree Resort in Ramnagar after water from the overflowing Kasi River entered the hotel. Uttarakhand DGP Ashok Kumar announced on Tuesday that these stranded people were safe and efforts were on to rescue them. So let's take a peek at some of the flooding going on in India. So there's that one. And then, of course, we got another one here. I'll take a peek at this one real quick. Stupid commercials. Come on. looks like they're getting their fair share of water. It says in the tourist town of Nainital, the Nainital Lake overflowed, flooding the famous Mall Road, and water entered buildings. Hindustan Times reported a cloudburst occurred in Ramgarh village in Nainital, leaving some people injured. And apparently, I got a couple other videos here. It says the Indian Air Force has deployed helicopters to Nainital and Udham Singh Nagar for rescue operations. The Badrinath Char Dham Yatra was halted as a precautionary measure. Hindustan Times reported people en route to Badrinath Temple were stopped in safe places. According to the district administration, 2,500 devotees who went to Badrinath are still at the Badrinath Temple waiting for the highway to reopen. Earlier on Tuesday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to take stock of the situation in the state. Modi also spoke to Union Minister Ajay Bhatt, who hails from the state. In this regard, official sources said. So there is the area in question there, up in the northern parts of India. I can't say for certain where that is relative to some major cities and whatnot. Nonetheless, heavy rainfall. It says at least 46 people have died in flash floods triggered by heavy rains in the northern Indian state of Uttarakhand. Images and video from the state show flooded roads, submerged homes, and fallen bridges. Experts say the Himalayan state, a popular tourist spot, is seeing the effects of both climate change and rampant construction. There we go. We always got to throw that nefarious little climate change dig in, don't we? Floods have also ravaged the southern state of Kerala, where at least 26 people have died in recent days. Both states have recorded excessive rainfall this year. According to data from India's weather department, Kerala, for instance, recorded 453.5 millimeters of rainfall as opposed to the 192.7 millimeters that is considered normal during this time of the year. Uttarakhand, which normally sees up to 30.5 millimeters rainfall in October, recorded 4 times that at 122.4 millimeters in the last 24 hours alone. But weather officials have said there is likely to be a significant reduction in rainfall from Tuesday. Yeah, one would hope. I think they have gotten their fair share. All right, so some other interesting news flashing back over our way here, United States side. Watch, Alyssa Milano arrested at protest, pushing Senate Dems' efforts to federalize elections. Remember back on the first day of Congress back in January, one of the things they were pushing to do was basically formalize and keep the fraud going and federalize it. Yeah, this is exactly what they want to do. This is kind of a 2.0 version of that. So yesterday, Hollywood star and left-wing activist Alyssa Milano was arrested Tuesday at a demonstration outside the White House in support of Senate Dems' effort to pass the so-called Freedom to Vote Act, which would seize power from states to oversee their elections, curtailing their ability to implement their own voter identification requirements. Alyssa Milano boasted that she was arrested in a tweet in which she urged the Biden administration and the Senate to act on the legislation. I was just arrested for demanding the Biden administration and the Senate to use their mandate to protect voting rights. Stand with me and at people for and tell the Senate and White House that voting rights shouldn't depend on where you live. Don't mute our vote. Oh, whatever. Video footage of the demonstration showed a line of protesters assembled outside the White House perimeter, with law enforcement taking some of them into custody. People for the American Way put out says now protesters, including Ben Jealous, Alyssa Milano, faith leaders, and civil rights leaders are being arrested outside the White House for calling on President Biden to lead on voting rights. No more excuses.
Passing voter suppression laws. Why? They are passing voter suppression laws because they know they will not prevail at the ballot box in 2022 or 2024. That means that they have to rig the rules. They have to rig the rules to prevail.
Yeah, it looks to be about as big as a Biden rally. about 30 people there, maybe. It doesn't look like they're wearing masks or socially distanced. Maybe a few of them are rule breakers. Milano was protesting with People for the American Way, the left-wing activist group co-founded by Hollywood TV producer Norman Lear, which has been seeking to end the Senate filibuster. Charles Williams II says, Alyssa Milano and I got arrested today to send a clear-cut message. Pass voting rights now and end the filibuster. We fight until we win. At National Action, no justice, no peace, and good trouble? No. I'll pass. Hard pass. The Senate is set to begin debating the so-called Freedom to Vote Act on Wednesday, with Republicans expected to filibuster the legislation. As Breitbart News reported, the bill, which was introduced last month by Senator Amy Klobuchar, is the Dems' latest effort to thwart voter integrity measures in various states where lawmakers have implemented stronger voter ID requirements and other efforts to combat potential voter fraud. No, the Dems and that in Congress want to make sure that is instilled and enshrined, don't they? Oh, no voter ID, but step right up for your COVID pass, right? The bill is the third such effort by Dems after the so-called For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act ended up languishing in the Senate. The mainstream media have spun the Freedom to Vote Act as a compromise due to Senator Joe Manchin's co-sponsoring the bill. But in some respects, the new legislation is even more radical than its predecessors. Among other measures, the act would mandate every state implement drop boxes for absentee vote by mail ballots, a measure that some say would facilitate voter fraud. And yeah, by the way, never mind the fact that people like Zuckerberg and that just bought the election with a couple 501c3 organizations and that with all these drop boxes and no oversight or things of that measure. You know, that would just become institutionalized, right? How about no? We have this thing called the 10th Amendment, and the states do have the power to say to the federal government, here's a big F you. No, we're not going to do that. Then pound sand. Thank you very much. In other news, Lindsey Graham, old-time friend of Biden, calls for the president's impeachment. Oh boy. Chicks on the right had this to say yesterday. Yeah, old Lindsey. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham used to be good friends with Joe Biden. If you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, Graham once told a reporter, then you got a problem. You need to do some self-evaluation, because what's not to like, Graham added. Graham has finally changed his tune following multiple disastrous decisions by the Biden administration on the U.S. southern border, as well as the deadly U.S. troop withdrawal in Afghanistan. Biden is criminally negligent, Graham told Fox News host Janine Pereiro. Well, what's not to like about that? Oh, Graham? I mean, that's right up your alley, right? Lindsey Graham is calling for the impeachment of Biden over the ongoing border crisis. There's been a 100% increase in fentanyl seizures at the Yuma sector alone, Graham continued. Our borders are completely open. They're porous. People are pouring in. Drugs are pouring in. Here's what I worry about. Terrorists getting in the middle of this group and killing a bunch of us. The incompetence in Afghanistan of turning Afghanistan over to the terrorists, the Taliban, will allow Al-Qaeda and ISIS to roam freely. An open border are going to meet one day, and some terrorists are going to take advantage of this system, come here and kill a bunch of us if we don't change. Graham continued. His administration, I think, is criminally negligent when it comes to controlling our border. Our men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE are under siege. They're American heroes. You just would not believe what it's like to work along the border, he added. I don't know how they do it, and they've been completely abandoned by President Biden. He should be impeached over this. This is dereliction of duty, and a bunch of Americans are going to get killed if we don't change our policies quickly. And here's old Lindsey.
Senator, thanks so much for being with us tonight. I love having you on. Now, you're at the Yuma sector. Now, Yuma's in Arizona. We're not talking about Texas, where there's been the incredible influx in Del Rio. Now we've got, right next to that, New Mexico and then Arizona. What's going on at the Yuma sector?
an invasion of the Yuma sector by illegal immigrants, none of them coming from Mexico or the Northern Triangle countries. In all of 2020, Judge, there were 8,000 apprehensions of illegal immigrants in the Yuma sector. Guess how many have been caught as of October of this year?
No idea.
114,000. A 1,300% increase. 8,000 all of 2020, 114,000 as of October this year with no end in sight. When I asked the Border Patrol agents in charge, is there a plan to stop this? They said no. My word's not theirs. They have been abandoned by the Biden administration. And I saw the biggest scam I've seen on the border, and that's saying a lot, from Brazil. Here's what happens. People get a tourist visa in Brazil, upper middle class people. They fly to Cancun on a tourist visa. They get a bus or rent a car, drive to the U.S. border, get dropped off at the border with their luggage, and they check in with the Border Patrol, turn themselves in to get released in the United States. The Border Patrol agents in Yuma, Arizona are basically like hotel clerks for Brazilian immigrants who are not economically distressed. This is a scam, and it gets worse. There are 46,000 from Brazil this year alone. We want to send them back, and the Brazilian government won't take their own citizens unless they're vaccinated or get a negative COVID test. You can't make this up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You probably can't make this up. At the end of the day, who's funding all this, Lindsay? I mean, let's do some digging here, shall we? I mean, it wouldn't be anybody that potentially lines your pockets in that to get reelected or anything along those lines, would it? How about you stop grandstanding, BSing about it, and actually do something about it? How about that? Texas Governor Greg Abbott also spoke out about the crisis on the southern border. Abbott revealed cartels have started firing at the Texas National Guard troops. Illegals continue to storm the southern border, Abbott explained, and the cartels on the Mexican side of the border, they're beginning to open fire on the National Guard that Texas has down on the border to secure the border, Abbott told Fox News host Maria Bartiromo. This is escalating into a firing war on each side of the border where Texas and our National Guard are having to defend themselves and defend the state of Texas. And so what Texas is having to do, we're having to step up and guard multiple points across the entire border, Abbott said. So the Biden administration has completely abandoned all the people who live on the border, and they've abandoned people in the state of Texas. And Maria, these are counties, and these are people who traditionally have voted Dem that the Biden administration is ignoring, and he's putting them in danger. So basically, well, if there was an ounce of legitimacy to Biden, yes, I would say impeachment would be the route, but basically he needs to be null and voided out, period. And I can only imagine when this thing unwinds what it's going to look like to restore this, the level of outrage, the things we were told once upon a time, these people shall not be able to walk down the streets. It's not going to be a pretty day for these folks, is it? So outside of that, from one senator to the next, Manchin in the news here today. Bullshit. Manchin denies rumor he's leaving the Democratic Party. And I've long wondered, with all the stuff going on, what would upset the apple cart the most? You got Sinema, you got Manchin. Basically, you're running blocker on the $3.5 trillion packages, the boondoggle that they want to try and ram through Congress. It's a socialist wet dream at the end of the day. And of course, the Green New Deal, all that socialist utopia BS packed right in there. Well, what better way to stick it to them than just flip sides? Because obviously the socialist Dems have pretty much left Joe behind, and they really don't represent anything about him or West Virginians for that matter. So this was just updated a little bit ago. Manchin has denied rumors he's thinking of leaving the Dem party, telling the Clown News Manu Raju that it's bullshit. He says Manchin denies stories considering leaving Dem party. It's BS, he told me. He added, I have no control of rumors. I wonder who started said rumor. Frank Thorpe V says, Manchin to Burgess Ev and me on the report, he is threatening to leave the Dem party if his demands are not met on infrastructure. I can't control rumors, and it's BS. BS spelled with a B-U-L-L capital B. Uh-oh, it must have froze up on me. Hang on. Oh, come on back. Doggone it. All right, well, let me try something here real quick. Bring that back up. Let's see here. Come on. Yeah, of course. Hang tight here. I'll get her brought back up in just one moment. All right, let's try this one more time here. See if I can get that tweet to come up. There we go. Oops. There we go. Let's try this one more time. Are you serious? All right. Well, anyway, that's the story. And I'll see if I can get it to come back up here after a little bit. Moving on, we'll jump over to the Federalist here. McAuliffe in the news. Telling reporters to ask better questions after he's pressed on education and vaccine mandates. And you talk about a highly politicized and highly visible race. Probably seen some notes about the old Hatch Act being batted around. Things like Kamala Harris and old Jen Psaki both being accused of violating the Hatch Act, which sounds great, except there's no teeth or bite to said act. So great, you can point fingers, but it doesn't do squat. Interesting nonetheless, as you should have asked questions your viewers care about, McAuliffe said. Well, we did, Minihawk replied. Virginia gubernatorial Dem candidate Terry McAuliffe abruptly ended an interview with WJLA7 News DC reporter Nick Minnock after he was pressed on education and medically coercive vaccine mandates. Minnock said he offered both McAuliffe and Republican candidate Glenn Youngkin a 20-minute interview last week to discuss some of the top issues concerning Virginia voters as gubernatorial election day draws nearer. Youngkin agreed to Minnock's terms, but McAuliffe's team said he would be limited to 10 minutes of conversation. During the interview, Minnock asked McAuliffe, who first served as Virginia governor from 2014 to 2018, about his plans for addressing education, crime, and vaccine mandates. Toward the end of the already constrained interview, McAuliffe's staff reportedly abruptly cut the candidate off from speaking over time, and the candidate complained that Minnock did not ask good questions. All right, we are over. That's it. Hey, I gave you extra time. Come on, man. You should have asked better questions early on. You should have asked questions your viewers care about, McAuliffe said. Well, we did, Minnock replied. Minnock's first question to McAuliffe was about his jarring comments during the gubernatorial debate, where the candidate said he doesn't think parents should be telling schools what to teach. Oh, just shut up and obey, right? Are you saying parents should not have a voice in their kids' education? Minnock asked. McAuliffe began his answer by claiming that parents do have a voice, and even said he got into this race because of education. But instead of addressing concerns about how and what students are learning, he pledged to raise teacher pay above the national average and funnel money into broadband that enables remote schooling. Says I built the best education system in the country when I was governor before. McAuliffe bragged minutes before brushing off Minnock's questions about the Biden administration's targeting of parents as domestic terrorists and the Loudoun County Public Schools sexual assault cover-up. Yeah, big news if you've not been paying attention to that one play out. Says I think it's a complete misuse of power and overreach, Youngkin said when asked about the Biden administration's strong-arming parents into silence. And oh, by the way, what parents are doing is standing up for their children. There's no room for violence anywhere. There's no room for threats. But there is room for parents to stand up and express their frustration and dissatisfaction with what school boards are doing. And we have to make sure parents have a voice. McAuliffe also falsely claimed that Youngkin wants to cut 43,000 teachers, which the Republican said is patently false during his own interview with Minnock. Well, he's made all that up, but that's what Terry McAuliffe does is if he doesn't like the real facts that he makes one up, Youngkin said. It's all patently false. What we are going to do is invest more in education than has ever been invested in education in Virginia, with the largest budget in the history of Virginia. We're going to make sure our schools are open 5 days a week in classroom education because our children deserve that. The second thing we're going to do is raise standards again. Youngkin touted his plans to enable parents to choose where their kids receive an education and also pledged to work on our curriculum to make sure our children are being taught how to think as opposed to what to think. This is a comprehensive approach to fundamentally lifting up our education system. My opponent wants to do the same thing he's always done, which is make up facts, and then he's going to run the same playbook he tried to run when he was governor. Youngkin said, didn't work then. It's not going to work going forward. And this is why parents are so excited about what I'm talking about, where we are going to empower parents. And of course, Terry McAuliffe thinks that parents don't have a role in their children's education. During this portion of the interview, McAuliffe also repeated the lie that critical race theory is not taught in Virginia and has never been taught in the state, and claimed that Youngkin was using the issue as a racist dog whistle. Oh, there we go. You got to throw racism in there somewhere. Got to get that tripe in there. All he's trying to do is divide parents and use children as political pawns, McAuliffe said, before promising that he will use his authority if elected to force COVID vaccinations on teachers and masks on everyone. Youngkin said he found this to be laughable, coming from a guy who called for Governor Ralph Northam's resignation when he wore blackface because he was so offended by it. And then he turns around and embraces Governor Northam, and he's got somebody else on the ticket with him who admits to having worn blackface. Oh yeah, hypocrisy knows no bounds. And he is going to lecture me on something around race? Youngkin asked. This is about making sure that race is not used to divide people, in my view. Critical race theory, in fact, forces the division of people based on race, and it's the exact opposite of what we should be doing. In addition to slamming his opponent over education, McAuliffe also criticized Youngkin for his unwillingness to enact strict gun control in the state and quickly admitted that he strongly supports government and private medical coercion in the form of vaccine mandates and even shot requirements for kids if the CDC says these are safe. Yeah, just bow and acquiesce to the bureaucrats. Not a matter of law or anything along those lines. You know, laws are for sissies these days. We don't need no stinking legislation. Just allow the bureaucrats to write rules and we'll happily obey. Glenn Youngkin is an anti-vaxxer. He goes on TV or right-wing radio and says, you don't want to get vaccinated, don't do it. There's many good reasons not to get vaccinated. No, there's not, McAuliffe said. It's just not true, Youngkin retorted in his interview. And again, he doesn't even begin to even flirt with the truth. He's more comfortable making things up along the way. So, let's just be clear. I've been a strong advocate for people to get the jab. I don't believe we should mandate the jab. My opponent wants employers to fire employees for not getting the jab. In a Fox and Friends first panel on Tuesday, 4 Virginia Dem voters explained how their party's COVID-19 lockdowns, treatment of parents concerned about their kids' learning, and the state's education system have turned them away from McAuliffe to Youngkin. So perhaps it's possible that the tide may be turning, you know, all these folks not having voted for Joe and Dems of the past, see them for what they really, really are, right? At the end of the day, they're realizing this isn't exactly what I bought into. And maybe perhaps a little buyer's remorse, if you want to call it that, right? And so they're saying, well, if this guy ain't going to do it, we're just going to run to the other side of the aisle, to the Republican, and hope for better results. And hopefully we won't see the level of shenanigans play out like we did see in Georgia in the runoffs, what we saw back in November 3rd, by way of what could potentially take place in Virginia. So Virginians, if you're listening, guard the machines with your life. Get in there, be a hassle, haggle, whatever you got to do in order to ensure that you actually do indeed have a free and fair election. I wouldn't trust the machines any farther than you can possibly throw them. Aside from that, some other interesting news on the day. Talk about the old Steele dossier making its way back around, especially in light of yesterday's apparent arrest, as it were, of Oleg Deripaska, I think was his name. Certainly had ties to Mr. Steele. So this come out of Gateway Pundit today. It says your Steele dossier cheat sheet. And this is a very lengthy read. I won't read the whole thing, but what I will do, I'll go ahead and drop it in chat for those interested. You guys can check that out. It gives a walking timeline of the whole stinking thing. I think they do a pretty good job laying it out there. It says now that former MI6 intelligence officer Christopher Steele has resurfaced in a ridiculous interview with George Stephanopoulos, I thought it would be useful to repost a piece I did providing a summary of the dossier. Steele's dossier is a sloppy fabrication. Read the following and decide for yourself. The revelations following the release of the FISA application on Saturday, 21st of July, 2016, requires an update to a piece I wrote last December on the Steele dossier, which was written to create the narrative that Donald Trump was under the thumb of the Russians. Yep, those bad Ruskies. Says there now is no doubt that the FBI and DOJ officials were collaborating with the intelligence community under the direction of James Clapper and misleading members of Congress and feeding the media about alleged collusion between Donald Trump's campaign and the Ruskies. At least we now know for certain that the FISA judges were informed that the information came from a source hired by the Dems to go after Donald Trump. How those judges could acquiesce to such blatant partisan bullshit is grist for another day. We already knew, thanks to the Washington Post reporting in October, that the dossier was commissioned by Clinton attorneys and compiled and prepared by a retired foreign intelligence officer, Christopher Steele. Mark Elias, a lawyer representing the Clinton campaign and the DNC, retained Fusion GPS, a Washington, D.C. firm, to conduct the research. Fusion GPS hired dossier author Christopher Steele, a former British intelligence officer with ties to the FBI and the U.S. intelligence community. Elias and his law firm, Seattle-based Perkins Coie, retained the firm in April 2016 on behalf of the Clinton campaign and the DNC. Before that agreement, Fusion GPS's research into Trump was funded by a still unknown Republican client during the GOP primary. Clinton campaign and the DNC, through the law firm, continued to fund Fusion GPS's research through the end of October 2016, days before Election Day. And, as I noted in my previous piece, we also know that the wife of a senior DOJ official with ties to the CIA was working with Fusion GPS on Russian matters related to Trump during this same time frame. I think it is important for everyone to take a look at the actual dossier, which is summarized by the date of each report. See below. There are two salient points deserving your focus. Hillary Clinton's law firm ended the contract with Fusion GPS in October 2016. So who commissioned/paid for the 16th report in the dossier that is dated the 13th of December? The CIA, DNI, and FBI were presenting information contained in at least 9 of the reports in the dossier between 20th of June and the 14th of September to key members of Congress without disclosing that the Clinton campaign was the actual source of this information. This is a very important point now that we know that the FBI agent Stroke, who was in regular contact with the CIA and handled counterintelligence operations, was a likely source, along with John Brennan, for the breathless media reports that fed the meme of Russian-Trump collusion. One of the first articles pushing the Russians are coming propaganda was courtesy of the Washington Post's Dana Priest, Ellen Nakashima, and Tom Hamburger on a 5th September 2016 makes it clear the Russian covert influence quote-unquote investigation was under the control and direction of Jim Clapper. And here they reported. So I'm going to break from that there, but at least jump down to some of the walking timeline here. So this is a huge story that most of the press, the American people, are, for the time being, ignoring. This is not just a corruption of the political process. It is a shameful and dangerous betrayal of our system of law by intelligence operatives and law enforcement professionals. Here's a comprehensive summary of the dossier for your reading pleasure. And so here we see from 2016, let's see, I'm not sure what the 80 is, but 20th of June 2016, U.S. presidential election Republican candidate Donald Trump's activities in Russia and compromising relationship with the Kremlin. Then we also see in 2016, 26 July of 2015, Russia cybercrime, a synopsis of Russian state-sponsored and other cyber offensive criminal operations. So this is going to walk all the way through this. Source B, source C, D, E, F, all the way through. I'm presuming this is in a lot of the Pfizer report that we covered once upon a time. This has been probably, almost 3 years ago, December now. So anyway, it kind of walks through every single bit of that. It might be a good one to hang on to for those of you who wish to archive said things. But yeah, a lot of good information there. Obviously, as we wait for the Durham stuff to continue to pan out, whether it be Elias and where that leads next, speculate on who might be the next shoe to drop on. We'll have to see. But yeah, we'll have to see how this fares. Outside of that, other interesting news from a couple years ago when we had the old Parkland shooting. This is still making its way apparently through the courts. RT has this today. It says Parkland school shooting accused Nicholas Cruz and pleads guilty as Florida pushes for death penalty over 2018 massacre. Nicholas Cruz has pleaded guilty to 17 counts of murder and 17 of attempted murder and the Valentine's Day attack at Parkland's majority Stoneman Douglas High School. The 2018 mass shooting was the deadliest ever at a high school, U.S. high school. On Wednesday, Cruz appeared in front of Florida Circuit Judge Elizabeth Scher and pleaded guilty to all charges against him. Following his plea, Scher told Cruz the state is going to be using the conviction in this case as evidence of an aggravating factor for purposes of arguing in favor of the death penalty. Cruz told Scher he understood the state's position and offered an apology to the victims of the 2018 shooting. Scher asked him a long list of questions aimed at confirming his mental competency. A dozen of the victims' relatives were present in the courtroom. Last week, his lawyer David Wheeler, Broward County's chief assistant public defender, said that his client intended to plead guilty. Cruz was 19 and an expelled student of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School when, on February 14, 2018, he initiated the cold, calculated, and premeditated killing, according to the state attorney's office. 14 students and 3 staff members died in the attack, which lasted just 7 minutes, making it the deadliest ever at a high school in the U.S. A further 17 people were injured. The victims were shot in the school's halls and classrooms with a legally purchased semi-automatic rifle. Court documents acknowledge that Cruz had a history of mental ill health and behavioral issues. He had been expelled from the school a year earlier and had a record of erratic and violent behavior dating back to kindergarten. Judge Shearer's intends to start screening jurors next month, with testimony set to begin in January. Given the high profile of the case, the number of prospective jurors is likely to run into the thousands. In Florida, juries determine whether or not to impose a death sentence. The penalty trial will determine whether Cruz is put on death row or sentenced to life in prison without parole. But his guilty plea allows his lawyers to argue that he has taken responsibility for his actions. Cruz was just 18 when he legally bought the AR-15 rifle used in the shooting from a licensed arms dealer. Some of those who survived the school shooting started a campaign for gun control legislation under the March for Our Lives banner. In a hearing last week, Cruz also pleaded guilty to assault and battery of a law enforcement officer. He is accused of kicking, hitting, and punching a sheriff's deputy and trying to remove his taser during an assault in prison in November 2018. And I suppose no word yet on, all those mysterious duffel bags that got shuffled out of there that might have had weaponry, things of that nature, shoved into police cars and, full body armored folks roaming the halls that, just happen to be in the same vicinity and the stand down orders and everything else with Broward County. No word yet on that, I suppose. Wonder how much that will factor into said case. But again, I digress. Aside from that, over to some tech-related news here today. If you guys are still shopping Amazon, please stop. And certainly do not use their surveillance-related stuff. Shocked woman finds Amazon folder with thousands of audio recordings from her home gadgets and video. So yes, Big Brother is always watching and recording, apparently. A woman was shocked to discover just how much data Amazon had collected about her. The popular social media star, who often makes videos about data privacy and tech, released a video saying she requested Amazon's data and was shocked to know thousands of clips exist in a file. When I downloaded the zip file, these are all the folders it came with. There were over 3,000 short audio clips and a contacts file from her phone. The one thing that was really disturbing to the TikTok user was her location in the file. I'm not totally comfortable with everything they have. And full disclosure, she revealed that she has 3 Amazon smart speakers, 2 are Amazon Dot speakers, and 1 is an Echo device. Her home also contains smart bulbs. Well, gee, one way to fix that issue, get rid of all that crap. The New York Post reports that Amazon responded by saying, "We give customers transparency and control over their Alexa experience. Customers can easily review and delete their voice recordings or choose not to have them saved at all, at any time. Customers can import their mobile phone contacts to the Alexa app so they can use features like hands-free calling and messaging. This optional feature, which customers need to set up, can be disabled at any time. Finally, you can grant permission for the Alexa app to use certain data, such as your mobile device's geolocation, to provide relevant results, like weather, traffic, restaurant recommendations, and you can manage these permissions in the app." And apparently that's all there is to that. So I thought maybe there was going to be a video here, but apparently not. Yeah, I guess not. So, bottom line, if you have these, make sure that you either turn those facets of the spy devices off or just promptly kick those to the curb. Sign me up? Yeah, I don't think so. No. And on top of that, still in some tech-related news, PayPal said to be exploring potential acquisition of Pinterest. P&P, huh? PayPal, Pinterest? PayPal? Pinterest? Not sure where that's going and why I said PayPal would be interested in Pinterest, but TechCrunch has this as in what would be a blockbuster acquisition. PayPal is reportedly exploring the purchase of social media company Pinterest, according to Bloomberg. According to the publication, San Jose, California-based PayPal has recently approached Pinterest about a potential buyout. Citing an anonymous source, Bloomberg said PayPal could pay around $70 a share, which would value Pinterest at around $39 billion. Pinterest declined to comment on the report. PayPal had not responded to requests for comment as of press time. Pinterest stock jumped by about 12% on the news, trading at just above $62 by midday Wednesday, and that's still down from a 52-week high of $89.90. The rumored purchase price would be in line with Pinterest's current market cap of $40 billion, and for its part, PayPal has a market cap of $308 billion. Last month, PayPal announced an acquisition of Payity, a Japanese buy now, pay later service platform, for approximately $2.7 billion, mostly in cash, to enhance its business in Japan. On October 14th, Pinterest announced that co-founder Evan Sharp was exiting his full-time role with the company, where he had served as chief design and creative officer, in order to join Joni Ive at his new creative collective Love From. Love From? Is that right? Okay. Sharp has moved into an advisory role with Pinterest, which will focus on comparing strategy, product design, brand, and culture. He'll also continue to serve on Pinterest board of directors. So there you have it. Pinterest apparently looking to be potentially bought out by PayPal. We'll have to see whether or not the old SEC will allow said mergers and acquisitions and all the shenanigans that go along with that. And I'm sure we'll see that pan out in the coming months, right? All right, aside from that, over to another favorite topic of discussion, the old COVIDiot related stuff. Washington Examiner had this, says thousands of California parents walk out in protest over the COVID vaccine mandate for students. And this on the heels of, the recall. Newsom still managed to keep his spot, as it were. And of course, what immediately happened? Well, here come the mandates. Thus saith from King on high in Sacramento, right? Thousands of California parents, teachers, and students participated in a statewide walkout protesting Governor Gavin Newsom's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for students aged 12 and older. The mandate, the first of its kind in the nation, applies to school children in grades 7 through 12, age 12 and older. It would go into effect July 1st, 2022. The FDA has granted only emergency use authorization for COVID-19 shots for children between the ages of 12 and 15. It is expected to grant full approval next spring. KCRA News showed a large crowd gathered Monday at the state capitol in Sacramento, and Hearst TV reported the California Highway Patrol approved a permit allowing 2,500 people to gather. Parents protesting at the state capitol carried signs reading, "My body, my choice, and my children won't be a science experiment to make you feel safe." A Los Angeles Unified School District employee, Hovik Sapangian, told Sky Fox that school children shouldn't be forced to take something without all the data. "I'm here protesting the mandate because we don't believe that we should take it religiously, ethically, or morally," Sapangian said. A LA Unified School District parent, Rima Mikatran, told Sky Fox she was participating in the rally because we want our children and our teachers to have a choice. In addition to the protest at the Capitol, hundreds of parents and students protested outside of a recent Placentia Yorba Linda Unified School District board meeting, voicing their opposition to the mandate. Students who don't get the COVID-19 vaccine would be required to complete an independent study course at home. Exemptions for medical reasons and personal beliefs would be granted, but the details haven't been finalized yet. So, yes, more of the same. People obviously objecting to these mandates, which, by the way, are not law. Show us the laws put on the books by legislatures. Mandates don't hold water, but yet they would like you to believe that they do, right? And so people need to sue the pants off them and make the courts decide. Or get your kids out of schools, period. Outside of that, protests of mandates everywhere, but U.S. Interesting, out of Liberty Beacon here today. Protests of mandates everywhere but U.S. Are Americans comfortable with authoritarianism? Good question. Protests of vaccine mandates everywhere but in U.S. Yep, says by Jeremy Lafredo. In a segment of The Hills Rising, journalist and political commentator Kim Iverson covered the worldwide protest movement against national vaccine mandates and vaccine passports, a story Iverson argued is getting almost zero coverage in the American mainstream media. During a recent segment of The Hills Rising, journalist and political commentator Kim Iverson covered the worldwide protest movement, and it looks like that repeated. All right, so Iverson began her tour around the world in Italy, where thousands are protesting the COVID Green Pass. The pass is needed for all types of public transportation, including buses and trains, she said. It's required for all workers in the entire country and has recently been mandated for any parent entering their child's school. Protesters have been met with water cannons and rubber bullets. Iverson explained that thousands are on the streets objecting to the Swiss COVID certificate, which is required for anyone to enter or work in indoor restaurants, bars, and theaters. Moving on to Amsterdam, Iverson said, the Netherlands has also seen widespread protests with some people carrying signs reading, QR is going too far, in reference to the digital QR code given to citizens to prove their immunity status. Iverson also mentioned Israel, where thousands are protesting a mandate which considers an Israeli fully vaccinated only after they've had 3 COVID-19 vaccine doses. Once 6 months pass from the second dose, Israelis must get a third dose, or their green pass expires and becomes inactivated, she said. On the topic of France, which has seen some of the largest protests in the world against vaccine passports, Iverson said a COVID pass is required to enter all indoor venues, including cafes, shops, restaurants, and bars. Local reports say that as many as 415,000 took to the streets against the French COVID pass in August. And to this day, large demonstrations are a weekly affair, with police becoming increasingly violent against the protesters. Protesters are being targeted by police with water cannons and rubber bullets, added Iverson. I could do an entire segment just on Australia, she continued. The opposition to the vaccine passport policy is being beaten by police with batons. Iverson interviewed 2 other commentators, Emily Jashinsky, editor of the National Journalism Center, and Ryan Grimm, the Washington, D.C. bureau chief for The Intercept. Iverson asked why we're seeing massive protests around the world, but not in the U.S., other than isolated protests in opposition to New York City's strict digital COVID vaccine passport. There's a healthy chunk of the American public that is increasingly craving more government comfort and government control over their lives, Jasinski argued. And the pandemic has conditioned this chunk of the American public to not only be accepting and tolerant, but to actually want to be protected. Iverson replied that the lack of U.S. protests against the new COVID regime makes her wonder how comfortable we actually are with authoritarianism. And here's a segment.
All right, Kim, what's on your radar this morning?
Well, we've been talking a lot here in the U.S. about vaccine mandates and hesitancy, but I want to show you what's been going on around the world that hasn't been getting any real coverage here in the States. In numerous countries, thousands upon thousands of people have been protesting vaccine mandates and passports. I want to show you some footage. Here in Italy, thousands of people have been protesting the country's green pass. The pass requires either proof of vaccination, a negative test within the past 48 hours, or proof of prior infection within the past 6 months. Now, this is for any and all international travel, indoor restaurants, theaters, and gyms. In early September, it was extended to long-distance train rides, buses and ferries, domestic flights, and parents entering schools. Now it's been extended to every single worker in the country of both private and public businesses. At times, the protesters have turned violent as they've stormed the headquarters of Italy's largest labor union. The protesters then headed towards the prime minister's office, where they were met with water cannons and tear gas. Nancy Pelosi actually happened to be in Rome visiting the country's leaders when chaos from the protests broke out. And the speaker and her husband actually had to be whisked from a church that they were visiting to safety. Even Jared Leto, who was in Rome for his band, 30 Seconds to Mars, he says that he was accidentally tear gassed by the police. Now, these protests have been going on for weeks. Now, in Italy is showing no signs of letting up, despite the fact over 80% of the population is vaccinated.
So I'll break from that there. Obviously, if you read any of the news outlets outside of this country, you'll see that there are things going on in many of the countries Nat just described. The question is why do we not see that play out here in these United States? Is it because the fact that it's red states versus blue? We see in more of that in blue states than in red, more freer states. I don't know. But you would think there would be more of a stink made about it, or perhaps maybe we just don't have the media coverage or boots on the ground folks in, say, the Californias, the New Yorks, or what have you, to give it, more visibility. I don't know. It's hard to say. But if they try to pull that crap, in my neck of the woods, you can guarantee that you're going to see reports of it, and there's going to be a big stink made. It's not going to play very well in this part of the country. So that being said, let's see here. What time are we? We are at the top of the hour here. Oh, it looks like KB is in-house. Got a couple other articles. Now, maybe we can fly through those as you're here. Or if you've got something in mind, I'm good either way. KB, are you with me?
Greetings to you, Breaking.
Hey, how we doing?
Not too shabby, thank you. Not too bad, not too bad. All good down here, the southern tip of Africa.
Good deal. Yeah, I was just making mention there. I don't know if you caught the tail end of that article or not, but talking about all these protests net worldwide, from Italy to the Netherlands to Australia to you name it. There's big numbers of folks showing up in protest of these COVID passports, these mandates that are not law. These are just edicts and decrees from on high. And you're seeing quite a rising of folks all across the world, except crickets here in the United States. And that was kind of the point that was being made by the article here. How are things down your way in South Africa at this point? Are you seeing the level of mandates and push for COVID passports, things of that nature at this point?
The people here are so apathetic. I've been to a couple of rallies. The police arrived looking for trouble. In fact, the first, 2 weeks ago, I went to a rally and their water cannon wouldn't work, which is kind of half of the course in South Africa.
Yeah.
Then the previous Saturday, we had another rally and they arrived and they're so brave that they beat up a woman and a guy who's probably in his 50s with his little son. So, but people are really apathetic. I think what's happened is that the restrictions have been lifted until there's an election coming up in the next couple of weeks. And we're sure to have another variant arrive the minute the election's over. So for now, I think people are pretty complacent and the sheep are believing that we're going to get back to normal. And we are at what they call level 1, which really means that restaurants are open again, people can move pretty freely. But I'm believing that this will all change the minute the election's over. In fact, we've even been told that there's going to be an outbreak on the 16th of December. So
how convenient.
Yeah, it's amazing how they can be so accurate with their prediction.
Yeah, it sure is.
Fascinating. And but I've been following, as you have, the protests in Italy and France. I'm very proud of the French and the Italians. I've been so impressed by the level and the intensity of the protests in Italy, particularly. I mean, the French have been going at it for almost 2 years now, even prior to the pandemic. But the Italians have just come to the fore in the last couple of weeks. It's been amazing. So I've seen a lot of footage. The spirit is high. I watched a piece yesterday where a whole bunch of them were getting blasted with a water cannon, and they just held on to each other and then started clapping at the police when the water cannon ran out of water. So it's really encouraging. I think, yes, I always go back to what I remember T.N. Homesteader saying, that the First and Second World Wars were started by Europe, but at the end of the day, the US came to the fore and finished the job. So I'm hopeful that you'll start seeing, from my perspective, just seeing what's happening in the US, I'm very encouraged. You know, perhaps we aren't seeing the level of protest specifically for mask mandates and for the jab. But if you just look at the level of protest when it comes to the airlines in Southwest, when you look at critical race theory and you see those mama bears arriving there and knowing their stuff, I think there's reason to be encouraged about the US. You've got so many other factors that you have to deal with, from the stolen election. You're dealing with multiple things. So I'm not as negative and that's obviously from the outside looking in.
Yeah, you're right. But, at the end of the day, like I mentioned before you jumped on here, I think to me it's a matter of red states versus blue states, because as this scamdemic has played out since early part of last year, you had a lot of states that immediately go into lockdown mode, and they want to try and control everything, mask this, social distance that, and everything else. And then, of course, 2 weeks to flatten the curve turned into 6 months to, now we got this other variant. We got this other variant. Hang on, we got to reinstitute this, that sort of thing. And some states caught on right quick and says, nah, we aren't going to be a party to that. We see what's being played here. Some of the blue states and that obviously still in cahoots with the Biden regime, got their hands in the cookie jar of big pharma and all these contracts, I'm sure, with medical supplies, things of that nature, still going on to this day. Obviously, they stand to benefit from these policies, right?
Absolutely.
So that being said, it's like dealing with almost 50 different countries within the confines of our borders here. And in reality, that's the way it probably should be. At the end of the day, if the federal government tries to come out with some mandate or decree, the states reserve the right to say, piss off. That's why we have this thing called the 10th Amendment, and why you see states pushing back and saying, no, we're not going to do that. And they're doing exactly as they should. And where the state is at error and it doesn't fall upon the state to do that, then it boils down to we the people. Again, you have to remember that we the people have forgotten how to play the game. But I think we're quickly remembering how best to do that. And, we can either play the game via religious exemptions or various forms and things of that nature. We're not going to submit to doing, jabs or taking tests on a daily basis at our expense. And we have to take the fight back to these corporations that are doing the bidding of the government at this point. So it's a struggle. Yes, I can see it playing out, but I think we're gaining steam all across this land on how best to take this fight back to them.
I think there are multiple levels of the fight, and like I said, I'm quite encouraged from the effectively when you look at the blockages in terms of food, and if you look at what's happening in the ports, particularly in California, and see how many ships are actually waiting to dock, and the way they've gone about creating fake bottlenecks from that angle, from the porous border on your south. You've got so many aspects to deal with. I think the black hats or the deep state or whatever we want to call them are really expending all their ammunition right now as much as they can. But if I take a big step back and look at the 40,000 foot view, it indicates to me a huge level of panic. And I think I mentioned this when we last chatted 2 weeks ago, that I'm really encouraged from what I'm seeing. They're trying to force through a whole bunch of agendas that the people they're actually red pilling people. They're waking a lot of people up.
Well, the thing that I'm encouraged by right now is, and I brought this up earlier, if you tuned in, I was talking about Manchin, and there's this rumor floating around that he may flip from Dem to Republican. And he says it's BS, but obviously it had to have started somewhere. And I've always maintained this thought in the back of my mind that, as he has kind of stood against the rest of the progressive Dems agenda, their socialist utopia, net that they want to push through this $3.5 trillion boondoggle, he'd be cutting his nose to spite his face if he were to support that by cutting off every single constituent in his state that supports coal. Now, why do I say that? Well, you don't have to look too terribly far as to what is playing out worldwide right now on how effective their green agenda is really going to go. We're giving a real good look at it, folks. not only were we given a good look at it at the beginning of the year with Texas and how well wind farms and all that stuff is going to play out in the face of a major winter storm that fell flat on its face. But look at what's playing out in Europe right now. Look at what's playing out in the UK. Look at what's playing out in China. Look at what's playing out in India. They got caught with their pants down. They have no coal. They're running out of electricity. And they've only got days worth of supply of coal on hand. Natural gas is through the roof. And they're basically saying, well, crap, what do? We can't do both. We're not in a position to fire up, wind farms and solar panels, and it's going to be reliable, 100% reliable, because it's not. So guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to use coal, that dirty old coal. And so if they want to maintain keeping the lights on, keeping the factories up and running, continue to produce goods, things of that nature, coal is going to be with us for quite a while. And what do you think is in Manchin's backyard? Coal.
Much like South Africa, where we've got the reason, as you know, that I wasn't able to join you last Wednesday was because we had blackouts.
Crazy.
In South Africa, they call them load shedding. But notwithstanding that, we've got some of the finest quality coal in South Africa, and all our power plants are mostly coal-fired. We do have a nuclear, which I'm not against nuclear, to be honest, because if managed correctly, it is clean and is largely safe. But notwithstanding Fukushima, and who knows what nefarious things went on there, but we have got the ability to produce as much electricity as is required. But it appears to me that the government is actually not allowing and this is just locally, but you can extrapolate this across the globe. The government's not allowing the coal to be utilized in these plants because they're going green. So it's part of the agenda. So rather than give people power, and in South Africa, we have one other problem. Most of the water filtration plants are ready to fall over. So it's the potable water is probably, won't be that good for you. So unfortunately, just on a basic level, what a government should be able to provide its people, water and electricity, they can't do that. And they're hoping to win an election, which, as we all know, is going to be a rigged one here anyway.
Right. Yeah, and the song remains the same regardless of where you go, right? They want to try and blame COVID and all this business behind the scenes and saying, oh, the economy is getting better, people going back to work after being locked down, this, that, and the other. No, that isn't the case. They're using it for political purposes. They're trying to push an agenda, Agenda 2030, greenification of everything. And what they're finding, and the people are quickly seeing, is that this thing is not an on-off switch. You cannot just suddenly flip the switch off from natural gas, from coal, from oil, and things of that nature, and just automatically accept, tomorrow everything's going to be hunky-dory, and we're not going to have some problems. Well, we're quickly... what we're quickly finding out is that this thing is not going to be something that's going to be resolved overnight. It's not going to be in the next year. It's not even going to be in the next 10 years. It's probably going to take decades for them to roll out this agenda if we allow it.
Well, perhaps someone should tell Newsom that.
Yeah, well, good luck. That's a question of whether or not he was legitimately elected or re-elected as part of that as well. So I have my doubts.
You mentioned something earlier. I was tuned in and I was listening. We've been told many things over the past 4 years, for those of us who've been paying attention, which I quote you. I think the people had to see this. It had to actually get to this breaking. It's, I think the nefarious behavior or misbehavior of these politicians has actually reached a level of absurdity that one couldn't have imagined. You can't make the stuff up that they're coming out with.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it had to go this way. The majority of the average person just really did want to get along and go to work, feed their children, clothe them, send them to school, but the actions of the politicians globally has actually ignited people's resolve, I believe. And yes, while you may perhaps feel that it hasn't reached the level that it should have in the US, I think there are just so many factors that are pointing directly to the left or socialism or communism or the Democrats that is really waking up people. So I am very, very optimistic at this point in time.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday, you didn't have to look too much further than what we saw old Raggedy Ann Psaki try and spout about the economy. I didn't realize that she's not only the Spock for the White House, but also apparently an economist. Basically telling us the reason the store shelves net are empty is because people are flush with cash and buying more. Did you know that? That's how that works?
Yeah, that's amazing.
The level of I don't even know what I used as a phrase this morning on show, and I discussed that. I don't recall the term that I used, but an economist she is not. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I would have used a phrase beginning with the letter F, but yeah, I just think that's exactly what I'm talking about. They cannot come with a cohesive argument for anything. I mean, they're shooting from the hip. For me, it's all a sense of panic. It's as if they're trying to clutch onto the last remnant of credibility that they have, and the harder they try, the worse it gets for them.
Yeah, and I think the best thing people can do at this point is just don't play their game. Don't play into it. Don't abide. Don't listen. Don't play into their game. Because at the end of the day, who rules if nobody obeys?
There is no rule at the moment. I actually make a point of walking about without a mask, which is quite challenging in South Africa because you could get arrested and be put into your local jail for about 6 months. But I refuse to wear a mask. The only time I do, and that's is when I go into a store briefly. And that's because the way they've done it here is they will charge and arrest the store owner for a customer coming in unmasked. So I really do it because of them. But nonetheless, I've been exercising, I've been walking, I've been out and about a lot. No one has even questioned me. No one has even looked at me. I actually feel that those who are masked kind of feel embarrassed when they see me, and I always smile and greet. But yeah, I think there's a changing tone, while there is a huge amount of apathy, particularly in South Africa, because people feel that, after all of this, they're suddenly allowed to go to a store, or they're suddenly allowed to go and sit in a restaurant. The rules are so absurd anyway. Today, I know more people that have died personally from the jab than that died from COVID. And and yet people are in denial.
Yeah, that's the hard part of this. I think in the coming months, it's going to become very apparent what is playing out, and it's going to be an eye-opening experience because it's going to be, in my opinion, one that they can no longer hide or run from. You cannot say that all these people, and I'll speculate and say to the tens of thousands, probably going to be a lot more than that, actually, that have taken this jab are just suddenly just going to start falling off. I mean, The pallbearers and the crematoriums, things of that nature, are probably going to be a very busy spot, unfortunately. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to talk about experiences and having to do a lot of funerals and things of that nature in the coming months, unfortunately. And I'm kind of glad you brought up the part about the shop owners, Nat, because just yesterday out of San Francisco, San Francisco decided that they were going to shut down an In-N-Out Burger for not carrying out the edicts and decrees of the state. In-N-Out Burger went so far as to say through their legal counsel that, yeah, we're not going to carry out the business of the state and try and enforce whether or not people got COVID passports or mask jabbed, what have you. We're not doing it. We like their business. We're going to treat everybody the same. And San Francisco's health department saw otherwise and decided to shut them down. So this is, I think, something that even businesses, shop owners, and that are going to have to come to grips with here, that they're going to have to side with we the people and say, look, what is the value of that little license or that plaque or what have you that's on your board there from the state? Is it really worth it at this point? Do you really need the state to give you permission to operate for you to provide a product or service to a customer for you to be able to make money and in turn give your customers something that they need?
Well, you fortunately have the greatest constitution ever. And
if it's followed, that's the key.
Yes, but you have that out clause, which is brilliant. And as I always used to follow when you read the Federalist Papers. So I think people are starting to find their voice. And I think one of the benefits of what we've seen over the past year, particularly from where I sit and looking into the US, it appears a lot more people are becoming afraid and are reading up on what they can't do, and what the Constitution allows for. And it allows for so much. So it's good to see that there's been a couple of successes, even if they try and cover them up, like Southwest Airlines, like that fake Delta. Delta Airlines seem to pull back a bit, but
yeah.
They forgot to tell everybody that they're still fining them $200. But notwithstanding this, we're starting to see victory upon victory, and some of them are small, yes, granted, but the fact is people are understanding that if you push back, and if you push back in the correct manner, we the people globally can win this fight. And it's hugely encouraged.
Yeah, and I don't know, where you're at, how your system of justice is compared to ours, but obviously after November 3rd, it was pretty well wide open for all to see how this was going to play out. And that we really don't have a justice system in this country. We have a just us system, yes, but we do not have true blue justice. It's all pay to play. And that was not what our founders ever intended in this country. So that being said, yes, I agree to the standpoint that we're going to have to take the fight to these corporations who are carrying out the edicts of the federal government. We're going to have to use class action lawsuits to beat them back into submission and say, look, hey, idiots, you guys can go ahead and enforce this all you want, but when you lose 50-60% of your workforce, how are you going to operate? What are you going to do? What are you going to tell your shareholders because you decided that you thought that a mandate from Joe Blow up top was more important than getting a return on your investment and everything else to your shareholders? Well, how does that circle square exactly? And of course, we're right in the middle of earnings season right now, so a lot of these reports are already coming through into fruition for third quarter. My opinion, fourth quarter, come January next year, is going to be a bloodbath.
They've actually, I looked at Walmart yesterday and I saw what they came out with, and I just actually thought to myself, are they really that stupid? Trying to push this whole mandate, which is not a mandate, by the way. And the more people that realize that, the better, because it's actually not legal. I know that they're leaning on OSHA and all that nonsense, but none of this has been passed through any kind of
None of it.
legislation.
Absolutely none of it. Nothing is on the record anywhere other than a press release, period. Nothing in the Federal Register by way of any sort of executive order, nothing by any sort of mandate or OSHA decree or anything on the bureaucratic books. Nothing. Absolutely zip, zero, nada.
Precisely. So the legitimacy of many of these, and this is a global, it's a worldwide phenomenon. I actually saw that the French voted on, I think almost 5 days ago, 264 to have no vaccine mandate, 264 to 62. So there was a complete fail by the state in France. Okay. So we are seeing these little victories here and there. And if people keep on pressing, it's the story of the avalanche. It starts with a snowball. So yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking the fact that we, the people, are bringing the fight forward. And I actually watched a piece from the protests in Trieste, Italy, and it was amazing. They were getting water cannoned. And the spirit of the people getting water cannon was so amazing. They were dancing, they were holding on to each other, they were holding each other up. And they were, when the cannon stopped, they turned around and started clapping at the police and blowing kisses. So yeah, people are uniting. People are actually seeing a glimmer of hope. And that light at the end of the tunnel, just may not be an oncoming train. So it might really be that light that we need for humanity. I dropped something in the chat.
Okay.
You'll see it's a Daily Mail article. It's something we've all known for the best part of the last 6 months, at least anyway. That it's about Pfizer's secret government contracts. And it's quite interesting that this was published in the Daily Mail in the UK. And I don't know if you saw how the kind of welcome that Bill Gates got when he was trying to go to number 10 Downing Street yesterday.
I did not,
Yeah, I mean, there were people out there calling for his arrest. So, yeah. So Pfizer, as we know, particularly with Israel, okay, has spent billions paying off the politicians. In fact, in Israel, if I'm not mistaken, those documents are sealed for at least 30 years. But you did mention this in the broadcast a little earlier. These people will not be able to walk down the street. They will not be able to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much money these guys were paid backhandedly, off the side, what have you. I don't care. You made a decision. You sided with the devil. And of course, biblically speaking, you can't serve two masters. You can't serve both God and mammon, or in some translations of the Bible, mammon is translated to money. You learn to love the one and hate the other, or hate the one and love the other. And these guys have made a very conscientious decision to go the route that they have. And so I pray that God has mercy on their souls, because we, the people, will not.
Well, the judgment is the Lord's, as we know.
It is, but as the old Marine saying goes, we can certainly help arrange the meeting.
Correct. I love that. If you just go back to that article quickly, you'll
yeah, I can pull it back up.
The amount for that was spent in the UK has been redacted. Okay, so if you just have a look, right at the bottom,
toward the bottom.
Yeah, there we go. You a little bit higher. There we go. The amount.
Oh yeah, I see that there now. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and in the US, at least 1.95 or 2 billion. So it'd be interesting to find out which politicians pocketed that money.
Sure would. I mean, it shouldn't be too terribly hard. I mean, we got a couple things here like open the books, we got open secrets. I mean, you can fairly easily through campaign finance rules net find out who has taken campaign donations, and I think that would probably give you enough of a ballpark. But you know, at the end of the day, as you've probably heard me talk about this, our legislators don't write law. They're merely just cheap bidding on whatever the folks over on K Street wish to have pushed forth so that they can maintain their monopolies, and then they get kickbacks underneath the table. I mean, how in the hell else do politicians walk in on day one, have a $170,000 salary, and somehow magically walk out the back end millionaires and billionaires on the backside? It's fuzzy math.
Yeah, it's much the same everywhere. It's actually what really governments are global mafia.
Yeah,
that's really what it is.
Yeah, and the thing, I was talking to somebody off the record here today, behind the scenes, that it says, you know, I think there's one thing that undoes us all. A couple things really, but again, what it's going to boil down to is folks like Manchin and Sinema standing staunchly against this $3.5 trillion boondoggle that they call an infrastructure bill. That's really just a grifter slash pay off their crony capitalists and whatnot. Really only 10% of that actually goes toward any sort of meaningful projects, whether it be roads, bridges, things of the nature. I mean, everything and anything is now called infrastructure by their standards, including paying off the Mockingbird media, which obviously, if nobody is watching the Mockingbird media, then who's really seeing the Pfizer ads show up on TV, or the GlaxoSmithKline ads that are direct advertisements to consumers, which, you know, between us and I believe New Zealand or Australia, we're the only two nations in the world that have direct to consumer advertisements from folks like Big Pharma. Every other country has banned it. The question is why? You know, they want to keep people docile. They want to keep you glued. They want to keep you tuned in to their narrative, right? And so if nobody's watching these jokers anymore because all they do is spew lies, then how are they going to pay for their operations, the people that we see at our 5, 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock news at night? Well, they can't unless you get old Nancy Antoinette to bankroll them. And that's exactly what they want to try and do with this boondoggle. Now, the second side of that is look at what has played out in Texas by way of the abortion related stuff. All sorts of calamity has ensued as a result of that. DOJ thinks they can overstep states' rights and then try and impose, and they're saying, nuh-uh, I don't think so. Well, what happens if by chance you get 30 or 40 states step in and follows the same suit as what Texas just did? What sort of implications do you think that is going to have on Big Pharma? Do you think they're going to be able to stand on their own two legs for very long without having those precious aborted fetal cells to make their jabs and things of that nature?
Well, on that point, I had to hospitalize my 82-year-old mom today because she had a bad fall. And when I was with her in the ER, and they wouldn't let me in, but I got them to write down that under no circumstances would she receive any kind of vaccine. And they looked at me and they said, but why? And I said, well, because it's on religious grounds. And they looked at me quizzically, and I turned around to the chief sister there, or nurse, and I said to her, you do know that there are aborted fetal cells, tissue, in all kinds of vaccines. And then she said, she had to acknowledge in front of the others, yes, that's true. So I said, yeah, that's our religious objection, is that we do not condone any abortion. And why should we have aborted fetal cells injected into our bodies? So,
But hey, the Pope says it's perfectly okay.
well, if this Pope is a Christian, I'm an astronaut.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, I've been following Vigano as well, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano. His writings have been quite encouraging. This Pope is actually stumbling all over himself. I mean, one can actually, in fact, there was a really good book, and believe me, I don't make 1 cent out of promoting it. I don't even know the author personally, but there was a really good book written a year or two ago by a chap called Dr. Taylor Marshall, who wrote a book called Infiltration. And if anyone wants to understand how the world has been infiltrated, he's really done quite a good expose on the infiltration within the Vatican. And if you extrapolate that into the greater world, I mean, it's quite easy to see that the left or the socialists or the communists have been brilliant at playing the long game. And they've been very good at this subversion. I mean, if you just have a look at how they've subverted the education system in the US, how they've actually infiltrated into government, etc. That's been done with stealth, and it's been done with cunning, and they've been brilliant at it. However, I think it took a Donald Trump to expose this. And as we know what their 16-year plan was, they're trying to rush it all into 1 month now. You know, or, I'm exaggerating, of course, but they're trying to roll it into a year or 18 months. And I don't think they're going to be successful.
I agree. And I think we're seeing that exposed left and right, and their sloppy shoddiness, their handiwork, as it were. I think those of us in the know who have been watching this play out for quite some time are seeing them, one, show their hand, two, show how incredibly sloppy and unthought out this is as they try and roll this garbage out. And that it's just not going to work. This little dystopian vision that they have is just a mirage at the end of the day. It's like a fart in the wind, boof, gone. And, you know, there's no way anybody can, in their right mind, use logic and reason to say that, yeah, this is the path that humanity needs to take. No, not happening.
I had to laugh. I mean, I was actually, it's been a rough day, but when I saw who got promoted to 4-star general,
oh my, insane.
How do you explain that one?
It's totally upside down world is what it is. We've traded bitter for sweet, sweet for bitter, upside down, downside up, you name it. It's totally bizarre. And in the meantime, along those lines, you got somebody like Pete Buttigieg, whatever the heck you want to call him, who's supposed to be in charge of transportation. We're sitting here watching boats on the water, can't get into port, blah, blah, blah. But he's been, you know, off on La La Land doing his paternity or maternity. I don't even know which eternity leave he's on at this point. And he's unapologetic for it. So, okay, whatever. And yeah, I mean, that's the ridiculousness on display with Joe Biden at the helm.
I've been not known for being very politically correct, and I won't be on this one either. I refuse to be politically correct. But it appears to me that the lunatics are running the asylum.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, these people are mentally ill, you know, with all due respect.
Yep.
They've ascended to these positions of influence and power, and basically been installed. And it's never been that more apparent than now. You know, often I would question things and I'd be looked at as some kind of alien, whether it be why, if there were 19 Saudis that were allegedly the pilots of the planes on 9/11, where did the connection to Iraq come in? You know, those kind of things. It was, I could never get I would never get far with many people. But now I just sit back and I watch it. I actually say, well, explain this one to me and explain that one to me. And how does this make sense? You know, and really I found that I've got a lot more success using the Socratic method of actually trying to, I've actually given up trying to red pill people because I'm done. All I do know is that I've saved a few lives by providing chloroquine and ivermectin to people. And for that, I'm grateful that there are one or two people alive that perhaps wouldn't have been if they'd followed the correct or the
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can lead a horse to water, but you can never force him to drink. That's been a mantra of mine for many, many, many years. Even before, you know, the last 4 years have played out. That was something I always spoke of, you know, even in the professional world. And never is that more true than now. People who want to see will see. People that want to hear will hear. If you don't have the mindset for it, or if you're closed-minded or otherwise out to lunch, well, I really can't help you at that point.
Interestingly enough, perhaps a month ago, I was going to a friend of mine's store. He gets a lot of really good stuff from the Mediterranean, be it oil, olive oil, and anchovies, and all the stuff that I really love. And when I arrived there, the landlord of the building said, "Oh, here comes the conspiracy theorist." So I smiled at him and I said, "No, I'm just a conspiracy analyst." And notwithstanding that, perhaps it was 6 weeks ago, and yet last week I heard that he went and got the jab and suffered 2 heart attacks. So I happened to be at the same store today, and I asked the owner of the store, who's really quite a decent guy, I said, "I'm sure it's just a coincidence that this chap got both his heart attacks." And he looked at me and I said to him, "Yeah, and just by the way, I lost a cousin 3 weeks ago who lived in Scotland, of all places, and he needed to go for a procedure, a minor procedure at one of the NHS hospitals. They said to him, "You can't have this procedure until you have the jab." He had the jab and died of an aneurysm. So, yeah.
It's terrible. It's terrible what these hospitals, doctors, and all these folks are doing, because they're going to get lumped in the same boat as politicians and everybody else. They're just as guilty of not using their heads, not thinking for themselves, and following blindly these protocols just for the sake of dollars. It's unfortunate.
Just on those protocols, when I admitted my mom into hospital today, other than the vaccine, I said to them they will under no circumstances use remdesivir, which is what Fauci's been promoting. And that's actually part of the hospital protocols. Because if anyone goes and does their research, and I always say, don't believe a word I say, go and have a look yourself. Remdesivir actually causes acute kidney problems.
Yep.
And that actually ends up forcing them to put you on a ventilator, which, as we know, is the correct path to death.
Yep.
So I've actually been doing a little bit of research. I can't really prove it yet, but it appears to me the symptoms of COVID, and again, please take this with a grain of salt because I haven't done enough work, but it appears to me that the symptoms of what we've seen from the lung and the breathing problems that COVID patients have, it's not too different from radiation poisoning.
I hadn't considered that angle, but from whether it be common cold, influenza A, B, pneumonia type, you see elements of that in there. And of course, in the very early days, one of the things that got say Zero Hedge knocked off of Twitter for about 6 months last year was the linkage between this and HIV. You know, it suppresses your immune system to the point it's relegated useless.
Exactly. So I just think that there's so many links and there's so many things that we have to take into consideration. I do suspect that the majority of the doctors are really just glorified, well, here in South Africa anyway, they glorified pill dispensers, in my opinion. I know of at least 3 general practitioners, as we call them here in the UK, that have seen in excess of 70 to 100 COVID patients, have not had one hospitalization, have not had one death, because they've adopted an integrative view on medicine, and they will utilize everything at their disposal to save a patient. And that obviously includes the ivermectins and the chloroquines. So it's encouraging to see that there are some, unfortunately, a small minority that have actually stepped up to the plate and that aren't following the prescribed protocols.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up, because even last night an article come through was talking about aspirin and aspirin's effect on this as well, and some studies that have been done around that. And the funny headline of that, quirky as Zero Hedge is aspirin going to become the new horse paste, right?
Absolutely.
You know, aspirin is used for anything and everything. Think of what it's used for, especially if you have heart problems, you don't want to get clots, you use it as a blood thinner, right? Yeah. And so they've done some studies and things of that nature and found, I'm just trying to recall from memory here, but about 50% reduction in hospitalizations, 50%, a couple other things I can't remember off the top of my head, but lo and behold, yeah, just plain Jane aspirin is probably enough to where you probably won't have to be hospitalized. And like our statistics already show, 99.997% of folks will survive.
In fact, that aspirin article actually was from the Jerusalem Post.
There might have been several outlets that carried it yesterday. Yeah.
So it was encouraging to see that, and also just from the mainstream side, it was nice to see a sports person, Djokovic, actually stand up and say that he perhaps wouldn't defend his Australian Open title because of the way the government's been handling the people. And when he was asked if he was vaccinated, he basically said, "None of your business."
Yep.
So, yeah, it was encouraging. It's those small little victories that perhaps I'm not realistic, or maybe I'm filled with hopium. But there seem to be more and more of these.
Yeah, we'll take whatever victories we can, certainly. And I guess with the remaining time we got here, I do want to switch gears and ask you this real quick before you got to jump off. How are things down your way by way of supplies? And by that, I mean, are your store shelves full? Are you seeing the same things that we're seeing here in the United States? And not even just from the perspective of goods and products and that coming from China, but are you seeing shortages of things like daily staples, things of that nature, in your food supermarkets, like bread or sugar or things of that nature?
Not yet. I have noticed certain shortages of probably one might term them luxury goods coming from the US and Europe. But I suspect that a large part of the reason is because of the election that's coming up. So for now, we don't face the same shortages as what you've been subjected to in the US, where even something as basic as chicken. No, we haven't seen that at all.
Well, the reason I bring that up, obviously, is not only is it becoming readily apparent here for those who are watching what's play out with our supply chains and everything else, and obviously you can see that by way of your respective store shelves all around the country. But obviously, the way to combat that is a couple ways. One, to go local, have co-ops, things of that nature, local growers bandy up and provide those services more locally. The second of which, I don't know if you saw this article, KB, in recent days, but one of the ways the meat producers are going to combat the supply chain issues is they've pulled up a bunch of farmers and whatnot with about 300 million and are going to start doing their own processing outside of the large conglomerates. So that's actually a win in that regard as well.
If you think about it, I suppose let's just call ourselves conservative people globally. We've got firstly we're the majority, okay? We know that, and we've still got all the buying power.
Yep.
So I've been calling for a parallel economy for the past year, and I think we're seeing it emerging in one form or another. Whether it is via co-ops, you met a couple of months ago one of the South African girls that I'm close to. She's done amazing work. In 3 months, she's managed to get a pastor to donate church land. She's now got 4 hectares of vegetables growing, with the help of the community. Now, in South Africa, the majority of the people are really on the breadline, thanks to the wonderful freedom that this government has given them. What she did in one of these rural communities is actually she went to the people, she said, listen, the government's not helping you. Why don't we all work together? And what she's managed to achieve in a relatively short space of time, in 4 hectares of food under growth, I mean, that's amazing. 4 hectares is a really a big amount of land for a very small community. And what they've gone to is the barter system. So they now are growing chickens, rearing chickens. They've got food growing. They almost self-sustainable. So yes, we have to do that. We have to actually see what we can do within our own little environments. And it's amazing when people decide to work together, you don't need the government.
Oh, and that's the part they absolutely hate the most, is when people figure out that they don't really need the government. That's what they fear most. And, the things you bring up are pretty much verbatim the very same things that I talked about in a conversation this morning with some folks behind the scenes here. And it's like hearing myself repeat, but I told them this morning, I says, look, you don't have to have a lot of land to be able to be productive. You can go out on YouTube. I used to do research in that back several years ago to kind of figure out what direction I wanted to go in to be able to produce a few bits of produce, things of that nature. There's people that have 1/3 of an acre of land. The house occupies half of that. And so the rest they turn into garden area, and they can gross $100,000 a year just off that little plot of land, if you stay with it. So to say that, we're going to be in for a rocky road, well, yeah, maybe short term until people figure out that cast off the iron bands of what holds you back. If you're part of these, what's the word I'm looking for? Probably these, doggone. It just totally escaped my mind. These groups and that oversee your subdivisions and that, if they put restrictions on you, just do it anyway. What are they going to do? Fine you? Yeah, we've seen cases like that down in Florida and some of these places. So what? You got to do what you got to do to survive. Who cares about all these fines? What leg do they technically have to stand on at that point?
There's a reason why in the past governments have actually prohibited us from having chickens in our backyard. It's really to take away our independence. I mean, it's that simple. People always used to have chickens. I remember when I was 10 years old, which was 50 years ago, my uncle, whose son was the one that passed away recently because of the COVID jab, took me to the backyard and said, should we have chicken for Sunday lunch? And the answer was yes. He gave me a chicken in my hand, and and off came the head, and I dropped the chicken.
But did you let the chicken run around with its head cut off?
Yeah, and he clipped me around the ears and he said, "Why did you do that? Why did you drop the chicken?" I said to him, "Well, you didn't tell me you were going to kill it." And he basically said, "Well, what did you think? We were going to take it for a walk." So it was amazing because ever since that time, I've respected my food. He pointed out that if you don't know how to kill it, don't become vegetarian. And the reality of it is that people that rear their own, whether it be cattle or sheep or chickens, respect those animals. They just don't, it's not something that you get in the styrofoam and plastic wrapping in the supermarket store. So what I've seen with this friend of mine who's done this work in the communities, they've actually, it's quite interesting. It's worthwhile going to have a look at. It's what they call food forests. And it's fascinating to see what different things can grow and that are complementary to one another.
Yeah.
And they've been actually planting nuts or trees and fruit trees integrated into herbal gardens. It's really quite amazing what people can do.
Yeah, and along those lines, in this conversation I had this morning, I made mention of that very thing, that realistically it's going to boil down to small time folks in their respective gardens. I personally wouldn't rely too much on farmers at this point, just for the simple fact that we don't know what sort of chemicals and herbicides and insecticides, things of that nature they've put on their crops over the years. You don't want to ingest that crap into your body. So what really, in my mind, has to take place is you get a small consortium of folks that know how to grow stuff. You put together a storefront or whatever co-op type deal in your local subdivision or local town, whatever. And you're realistically going to have to explain to the farmer what has actually happened to their land and going to have to actually remediate the land. And the only way that I know to get rid of said chemicals out of the land, aside from letting it lay fallow for a period of time, is grow hemp. Hemp does actually remediate the land and pull those chemicals net out of the soil and helps to re-enrich it to where it is usable again. And of course, many of us who know the ropes, play on words here, I suppose, with hemp, know that it too has many uses and can be used for a number of things. So, in my opinion, that's one way we may have to go here before long.
God gave us all the remedies that happen to be in the garden.
Yep.
And I mean, if you take a big step back, what is Big Pharma really trying to do?
Replicate God.
Yeah, they're just trying to.
Except for a profit.
Exactly, and it's not for our benefit.
No.
So,
nope.
yeah, I do think I come from a family who in the past had arguably some of the largest orange groves in Cyprus, and also had mills, flour mills, and so I come from that background. My great-grandfather used to have almost a one-man co-op where he would buy up all the grains, nuts from the surrounding farmers, small farmers, and basically repackage it and sell off in small amounts to supermarkets. But On a parting note, what I do encourage people, and you've got to walk the walk. It's not always easy, but you have to support your local mom and pop store. Okay.
Yep.
Walk away from the chains, you know.
And I think I think it's gonna come back around, because even, I don't know if you see the same thing in South Africa, but through the 90s, under people like William Jefferson Clinton, when the country got hollowed out from manufacturing, we saw small towns net dry up of industry, things of that nature. You know, the sidewalks pretty well got rolled up, and you saw the dust stuff roll through town like an old Western town as that happened. And there's no economy left for all these small towns all across America. And so now, as we see the shortage take place, we see that food shelves and things and that are bare. What better way to revitalize your downtowns of your small town USA all across this land by doing exactly what we're describing? You find a host of people who know how to grow, who have other, skill sets in that. Maybe it's, I don't know, clothes repair or shoe repair. You know, gone are those days. Nike obviously is going to have some major problems here with trying to source their shoes net out of Vietnam. And of course, many of those are probably sitting on a boat, but if they can't get to port, they can't be sold, then nobody's buying them. So guess what? You may actually have to have your shoes repaired like back in the day. And well, you guys can probably have folks locally that can do a lot of that stuff. And boom, away you go. You start to rebuild your economies locally. Keep all that money flowing inside the economy for the benefit of your local area.
I took my favorite pair of Levi's to be repaired a week ago.
So you mean holes are not fashionable? I thought you could buy them that way.
Mine are falling apart.
Well, what I always laugh at is you see these fashions, you know, everybody's got these ripped, holy jeans. And I'm like, you know, back in the day, we used to pay for all the material to cover your legs, not just some of it. You used to have to actually have that stuff repaired. Now you buy them at an exorbitant price of those holes already pre-made in them. It's like, what the heck?
You won't believe me. I've got a T-shirt that I bought in the US when I was living there. And it's at least, well, I was working in the US in 91. So you go figure how long ago that was. And I use it. It's my favorite sleeping T-shirt, you know. And it's got so many holes in it, but it's as soft as chamois.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with repairing your clothing. There's nothing wrong with actually being a little bit frugal. There's nothing wrong with actually boycotting. I will not buy Coca-Cola product. Okay.
Yeah.
I refuse. All these woke companies, vote with your money. We've got
absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Well, KB, I don't know if you have to run or not here, but appreciate you jumping in as always. Hopefully I'll see you back here next week as well. You got any parting thoughts, I guess, on the day before you got to run, or how long you able to stay today?
I'm able to stay another 15 minutes if you'd have me.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. You know, the amount of resistance that's coming, well, not really from South Africa right now, but from what we've seen, particularly around Europe, that's encouraging me. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. You know, well, interesting thing, I don't know if you saw that the White House turned red recently.
The beginning of October.
Yeah, and did you see what happened to Buckingham Palace today?
I did not,
Turned green.
Interesting. Why would Buckingham Palace turn green on October 20th?
Yeah, it was got to do, they said it was because of the green nonsense from Charles. But I do recall something about Red Castle, Green Castle.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's an element of that. And although I have not read Devolution Part 12, I hear that it is out, so I can't necessarily speak knowledgeably about what Patel Patriot has put out. I'm going to have to read it and ingest it a bit before I make any comment on it, but maybe you've seen it. I don't know.
I haven't read through it either. The last
Okay.
I saw of him was his interview with Dave from X22.
Okay. Yeah.
It was really, I think there's something there. I don't think we can discount it. I think what he writes makes sense. Hopefully it's true. But there have been so many interesting posts. I saw Don Jr. posting about child trafficking more than once. I've also been watching what's happening at the Vatican with that clown, what he's doing there. I've noticed a lot of pushbacks from the Catholic community. I follow closely. I'm not Catholic myself, but I've been following it quite closely, and there's a lot of resistance coming through. There's one priest, I really love his stuff. It's a chap by the name of Father James Altman. He's well worth listening to. He's really, he's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
So, I'm seeing these major pockets of resistance, just creeping out of the woodwork, and it's wonderful to see. Humanity saving itself.
Yeah, speaking of child trafficking, I don't know if you've watched what is playing out in Haiti as of late either, where you've got this rogue group apparently who has taken hostage 17 missionaries, I guess it is. It really makes me question, are these folks really missionaries, or do they know something that we don't know?
Well, we know Laura Silsby.
Yeah.
Okay, and the links there to the Clinton Foundation.
Yeah, supposedly these missionaries, I think I recall reading that they're out of Ohio, and I don't remember where they're based out of or who they're associated with, but I really haven't seen too much play out other than the fact that I think it was yesterday they come out and said they want a $17 million ransom, so basically $1 million a head for their release, and it's like, this is kind of interesting. Why now?
Yeah. We keep on seeing the news come out, and again, I probably would relate it to what Don Jr. has been posting as well. I think and I paraphrase, he said something to the effect of, why can't the mainstream media list the number of missing children daily like they do with COVID deaths?
Yeah. It's a good question. Why don't they?
Yeah.
Is it possibly because they're in on it, or misinformation by not reporting?
Yeah, which actually leads me to perhaps mention something that we haven't chatted about, but the news coming out about January the 6th and the FBI involvement there. It keeps on being one major fail after another for the FBI.
Yeah. And of course, I'm sure you've seen that Bannon now has thumbed his nose at it, and they think that they're going to stick the DOJ after him for not abiding in their show trial business and acquiescing to their subpoena.
Yeah.
So they'll try and make an example of Bannon, I'm sure.
I've been watching the War Room a lot. It's almost as it doesn't. It was quite interesting that President Trump actually there was a deposition recently, and with him, and he was recently deposed, and he said something about being able to tell his side of the story. It happened this week, but I didn't get to the nuts and bolts of what it was all about.
I didn't see that, but I did see that Trump did file suit against the commission as well as National Archives about releasing presidential records pertaining to January 6th. That did come out in recent days. Maybe it was part of that. I don't know.
I'm actually just looking it up right now as we speak. Yeah, on the 18th, here it is. It's actually a CNN article. I'll post it in the chat. Yeah, there was a 4-hour deposition. Here we go. Technology still hasn't got the better of me yet.
Not yet.
There we go. I've just posted it in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, we'll pull her up and take a peek. See what this is all about.
I just never managed to today.
Trump testifies for over 4 hours in deposition about 2015 alleged assault. Oh, Trump assault at Trump Tower. Interesting. So this dates back to pre-running for president. Yeah. Former President Donald Trump answered questions under oath for all of about 4.5 hours Monday. Part of a lawsuit brought by men alleging they were assaulted by his security during a demonstration outside Trump Tower in 2015. Interesting.
He keeps on being vindicated.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I did see a version of this saying that, this is out of New York, so I don't remember if it's Eastern District, New York or whatever. They were trying to come after him yet again with something else. And it's just like, they just don't stop. They aren't going to stop until he's completely out of the picture. But, it's like the old meme says, he says, it's not me they're after. It's you. It's just that I'm standing in their way.
Yeah. It's interesting. And I one of the other things that was quite interesting was that Scotland Yard has dropped all everything against Prince Andrew.
I did see that.
Yeah, which
makes you wonder how much they had to pay off people behind the scenes.
Yeah, no surprise. But what they didn't say was that there's no stopping the investigation from the US side, as far as we know.
Well, nor does it say what potentially could come out of Ghislaine Maxwell's trial coming up here in November either, because that's only now, maybe 30 days out?
I mean, it certainly wasn't a surprise for the British to do what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I'll just drop that from the Washington Post.
Washington Compost.
Yeah. It's been quite interesting to see some of the people walking away from New York Times as well.
Mm-hmm.
Recently. So
yeah, this morning I had to play a clip of Brian Stelter with Barry Weiss on there. Yeah. Barry Weiss used to write for the New York Times, and apparently Stelter had her on the other day, and apparently a little too much truth got out with her, and they weren't having it.
Yeah, I watched that one. It was really amusing.
Yep.
Potato head. So yeah, I dropped that one from the Washington Compost about the British police dropped the investigation.
Yeah, this one dates back to October 11th. Yeah.
So no surprise there. It's quite interesting that Prince Andrew's best mate was, or perhaps not best mate, but close friend was Epstein. And interesting that Prince Charles's one of his closest friends was Savile, who was beyond a pedophile. He was actually a necrophiliac too. Yeah. So,
interesting.
Yeah. They're going to try to carry on with their cover-ups. But I think people are waking up to them.
Yeah, it's been pretty mum with Maxwell as of late. So maybe they're just holding until November when things start up. So we'll have to see how that fares, I suppose.
Yeah, and just perhaps on a parting note, it's been quite interesting watching the 3 and 4 year deltas.
Yeah.
quite fascinating.
Yeah, I haven't focused a lot on that, but I have seen some folks talking about it, and it is just how much of a heads up we actually got behind the scenes. And even to this day, I think there was a report out of Politico or I forget who, still attacking QAnon to this day as if, this was still a thing. It's been almost 1 year since we last saw a post. But you would think from the Mockingbird media that, the thing they're trying to do now is link up QAnon with anti-vaxxers and this, that, and the other, just trying to do the typical divide and conquer strategy. And I can't honestly say that it's actually working. Who's really reading this garbage at this point?
Well, probably Brian Stelter.
Yeah. Inside Sources, or whatever the heck his show's name is. So who the hell watches that? 30 people?
in fact, I think they accused Trump Jr. of going QAnon because of asking about child trafficking.
Psh, ridiculous. Oh, you don't still believe that, do you?
Yeah, Pizzagate is just a lot of garbage, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
All will be revealed.
He's God. I think it's close. I think it's close.
All righty. Well, if you got to run, appreciate you jumping in, and be back next week.
Mighty fine to be speaking with you again. It's nice to connect with like-minded individuals across the globe. And I think people keep your chins up. It is the fog of war right now, but we're going to win this thing. In the end, God wins.
Absolutely. All right, KBO, appreciate you jumping in here today. I look forward to seeing you back next week, barring unforeseen circumstances. So we'll see you.
Lots of blessings to you, Breaking, and to all the listeners and viewers out there.
I appreciate it. All right, everybody. That's KB jumping in from South Africa, kind of reporting in, giving his take on things. And as always, appreciate his input. We have got probably just over about 40 minutes here before 412 and Season Pixels jump in. So what I think I'm going to do for the remainder of the time here is I cut a piece in the overnight hours here talking about NATO and where they're headed. Why do I bring that up? Well, here as of late, a good report just come out, and the piece will explain this, two articles especially, talking about where they want to head with the next level of warfare, the fifth column, as it were. And so I think what I'll do for the remainder of the time here, let as much of this play through and let you guys take a listen on this. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back here towards the end of it. Hey everybody, how we doing? Spectre here. Been sitting on a couple pieces here I've been wanting to get out here as of late, and both of them are going to have to do with cognitive abilities. Yeah, that's right, talking about hacking your brain. And a couple pieces came out in the last week or two that I think are important enough to share, to kind of get on top of here and at least make you aware of. So that being said, let's get right into them. First of which, out of Zero Hedge, NATO's plan to hack your brain authored by Ben Norton via the Gray Zone. Came out, I think, actually on the 8th on the Gray Zone, so it's been out a while, but nonetheless, as Western governments in the NATO military alliance are developing tactics of cognitive warfare using the supposed threats of China and Russia to justify waging a battle for your brain in the human domain to make everyone a weapon. Yeah, let that sink in. This big psyop, and then think about the things we've got playing out right now and have been for the last 20 months or so. NATO is developing new forms of warfare to wage a battle for the brain, as the military alliance put it. The U.S.-led NATO military cartel has tested novel modes of hybrid warfare against its self-declared adversaries, including economic warfare, cyber warfare, information warfare, and psychological warfare. Now NATO is spinning out an entirely new kind of combat. It is branded cognitive warfare. Described as the weaponization of brain sciences, the new method involves hacking the individual by exploiting the vulnerabilities of the human brain in order to implement more sophisticated social engineering. Until recently, NATO had divided war into 5 different operational domains: air, land, sea, space, and cyber. But with its development of cognitive warfare strategies, the military alliance is discussing a new 6th level, the human domain. And I guess I'll pause here and remind us of things like Operation Jade Helm. This is eerily reminiscent of that just in the first few quips here of the battle in the human domain. Jade Helm 2015 has had a lot of similarities to this, so almost makes you wonder if it's resurrected and put forth to NATO in that respect. A 2020 NATO-sponsored study of this new form of warfare clearly explained, while actions taken in the 5 domains are executed in order to have an effect on the human domain, cognitive warfare's objective is to make everyone a weapon. The brain will be the battlefield of the 21st century, the report stressed. Humans are the contested domain, and future conflicts will likely occur amongst the people digitally first, and physically thereafter, in proximity to hubs of political and economic power. While the 2020-backed study insisted that much of its research on cognitive warfare is designed for defensive purposes, it also concedes that the military alliance is developing offensive tactics, stating, "The human is very often the main vulnerability, and it should be acknowledged in order to protect NATO's human capital, but also to be able to benefit from our adversaries' vulnerabilities." In a chilling disclosure, the report said explicitly that the objective of cognitive warfare is to harm societies and not only the military. With entire civilian populations in NATO's crosshairs, the report emphasized that Western militaries must work more closely with academia to weaponize social sciences and human sciences and help the alliance develop its cognitive warfare capacities. The study described this phenomenon as a militarization of brain science, but it appears clear that NATO's development of cognitive warfare will lead to a militarization of all aspects of human society and psychology, from the most intimate of social relationships to the mind itself. Such all-encompassing militarization of society is reflected in the paranoid tone of the NATO-sponsored report, which warned of an embedded 5th column, where everyone, unbeknownst to him or her, is behaving according to the plans of one of our competitors. The study makes it clear that those competitors purportedly exploiting the consciousness of Western dissidents are China and Russia. In other words, the document shows that figures in the NATO military cartel increasingly see their own domestic population as a threat, fearing civilians to be potential Chinese or Russian sleeper cells, dastardly 5th columns that challenge the stability of Western liberal democracies. NATO's development of novel forms of hybrid warfare come at a time when member states' military campaigns are targeting domestic populations on an unprecedented level. The Ottawa Citizen reported this September that the Canadian military's Joint Operations Command took advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic to wage an information war against its own domestic population, testing out propaganda tactics on Canadian civilians. Think about that. You think any of those campaigns are going on, in any other country? Do you think Canada is the only one where that is playing out? Seriously? Internal NATO-sponsored reports suggest that this disclosure is just scratching the surface of a wave of new, unconventional warfare techniques that Western militaries are employing around the world. Canada hosts NATO Innovation Challenge on cognitive warfare. Twice each year, NATO holds a pitch-style event that it branded as an Innovation Challenge. These campaigns, one hosted in the spring and the other in the fall by alternating member states, call on private companies, organizations, and researchers to help develop new tactics and technologies for the military alliance. The Shark Tank-like challenges reflect the predominant influence of neoliberal ideology within NATO, as participants mobilize the free market, public-private partnerships, and the promise of cash prizes to advance the agenda of the military-industrial complex. NATO's Fall 2021 Innovation Challenge is hosted by Canada and is titled The Invisible Threat: Tools for Countering Cognitive Warfare. Can you solve it? Cognitive warfare seeks to change not only what people think, but also how they act. The Canadian government wrote in its official statement on the challenge, attacks against the cognitive domain involve the integration of cyber, disinformation, misinformation, psychological, and social engineering capabilities. Ottawa's press release continued. Cognitive warfare positions the mind as a battle space and contested domain. Its objective is to sow dissonance, instigate conflicting narratives, polarize opinion, and radicalize groups. Cognitive warfare can motivate people to act in ways that can disrupt or fragment an otherwise cohesive society. NATO-backed Canadian military officials discussed cognitive warfare in panel event. An advocacy group called the NATO Association of Canada has mobilized to support this innovation challenge, working closely with military contractors to attract the private sector to invest in further research on behalf of NATO and its own bottom line. While the NATO Association of Canada is technically an independent NGO, its mission is to promote NATO, and the organization boasts on its website. The NAOC has strong ties with the Government of Canada, including Global Affairs Canada and the Department of National Defence. As part of its effort to promote Canada's NATO Innovation Challenge, the NAOC held a panel discussion on cognitive warfare on October 5th. The researcher who wrote the definitive 2020 sponsored study on cognitive warfare, François de Clozel, participated in the event alongside NATO-backed Canadian military officers. And presumably these are some of those per Zoom call here. Says the October 5th panel on cognitive warfare hosted by NATO Association of Canada. The panel was overseen by Robert Baines, president of the NATO Association of Canada. It was moderated by Garrick Nagay, a marketing executive in the weapons industry who serves as an advisor to the Canadian Department of National Defence and vice president and director of the NAOC. Baines opened the event noting that participants would discuss cognitive warfare and new domain of competition, where state and non-state actors aim to influence what people think and how they act. The NAOC president also happily noted the lucrative opportunities for Canadian companies that this NATO Innovation Challenge promised. NATO researcher describes cognitive warfare as ways of harming the brain. The October 5th panel kicked off with François de Cluzel, a former French military officer who in 2013 helped to create the NATO Innovation Hub, which he has since then managed from its base in Norfolk, Virginia. Although the iHub insists on its website, for legal reasons, that the opinions expressed on this platform don't constitute NATO or any other organization's points of views, the organization is sponsored by the Allied Command Transformation, ACT, described as one of two strategic commands at the head of NATO's military command structure. The Innovation Hub, therefore, acts as a kind of in-house NATO research center or think tank. Its research is not necessarily official NATO policy, but it is directly supported and overseen by NATO. In 2020, NATO's Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, SACT, tasked Du Cluzel as manager of the iHub to conduct a 6-month study on cognitive warfare. Du Cluzel summarized his research in the panel this October. He initiated his remarks noting that cognitive warfare right now is one of the hottest topics for NATO and has become a recurring term in military terminology in recent years. Although French, Du Cluzel emphasized that cognitive warfare strategy is being currently developed by my command here in Norfolk, USA. The NATO Innovation Hub manager spoke with a PowerPoint presentation and opened with a provocative slide that described cognitive warfare as a battle for the brain. Cognitive warfare is a new concept that starts in the information sphere. That is a kind of hybrid warfare, Du Cluzel said. It starts with hyperconnectivity. Everyone has a cell phone, he continued. It starts with information because information is, if I may say, the fuel of cognitive warfare. But it goes way beyond solely information, which is a standalone operation. Information warfare is a standalone operation. Cognitive warfare overlaps with big tech corporations and mass surveillance because it's all about leveraging the big data, Du Cluzel explained. We produce data everywhere we go, every minute, every second we go online. And this is extremely easy to leverage those data in order to better know you and use that knowledge to change the way you think. Naturally, the NATO researcher claimed foreign adversaries are the supposed aggressors employing cognitive warfare. But at the same time, he made it clear that the Western military alliance is developing its own tactics. Du Cluzel defined cognitive warfare as the art of using technologies to alter the cognition of human targets. Those technologies, he noted, incorporate the fields of NBIC, nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive science. Altogether, it makes a kind of very dangerous cocktail that can further manipulate the brain, he said. Du Cluzel went on to explain that the exotic new method of attack goes well beyond information warfare or psychological operations, or as we commonly know them as PSYOPs. Cognitive warfare is not only a fight against what we think, but it's rather a fight against the way we think. If we can change the way people think, he said, it's much more powerful and it goes way beyond the information warfare and PSYOPs. Du Cluzel continued, it's crucial to understand that it's a game on our cognition, on the way our brain processes information and turns it into knowledge, rather than solely a game on information or on psychological aspects of our brains. It's not only an action against what we think, but also an action against the way we think, the way we process information and turn it into knowledge. In other words, cognitive warfare is not just another word, another name for information warfare. It is a war on our individual processor, our brain. The NATO researcher stressed that this is extremely important for us in the military because it has the potential, by developing new weapons and ways of harming the brain, it has the potential to engage neuroscience and technology in many, many different approaches to influence human ecology. Because you all know that it's very easy to turn a civilian technology into a military one. As for who the targets of cognitive warfare could be, Duke Luzell revealed that anyone and everyone is on the table. Cognitive warfare has universal reach, from starting with the individual to states and multinational organizations, he said. Its field of action is global and aimed to seize control of the human being, civilian as well as military. And the private sector has a financial interest in advancing cognitive warfare research, he noted. The massive worldwide investments made in neurosciences suggest that the cognitive domain will probably be one of the battlefields of the future. The development of the cognitive warfare totally transforms military conflict as we know it, Duke Luzell said, adding a third major combat dimension to the modern battlefield. To the physical and informational dimension is now added a cognitive dimension. This creates a new space of competition beyond what is called the 5 domains of operations, or land, sea, air, cyber, and space domains. Warfare in the cognitive arena mobilizes a wider range of battle spaces than solely the physical and information dimensions can do. In short, humans themselves are the new contested domain in this novel mode of hybrid warfare, alongside land, sea, air, cyber, and outer space. NATO's cognitive warfare study warns of embedded fifth column. The study that NATO Innovation Hub Manager Francois Duke Luzell conducted from June to November 2020 was sponsored by the Military Cartel's Allied Command Transformation and published as a 45-page report in January 2021. The chilling document shows how contemporary warfare has reached a kind of dystopian stage, once imaginable only in science fiction. The nature of warfare has changed, the report emphasized. The majority of current conflicts remain below the threshold of the traditionally accepted definition of warfare. But new forms of warfare have emerged, such as cognitive warfare, while the human mind is now being considered as a new domain of war. For NATO, research on cognitive warfare is not just defensive. It is very much offensive as well. Developing capabilities to harm the cognitive abilities of opponents will be a necessity, Duke Luzell's report stated clearly. In other words, NATO will need to get the ability to safeguard her decision-making process and disrupt the adversary's one. And anyone could be a target of these cognitive warfare operations. Any user of modern information technologies is a potential target. It targets the whole of a nation's human capital, the report ominously added, as well as the potential execution of a cognitive war to complement to a military conflict. It can also be conducted alone, without any link to an engagement of the armed forces, the study went on. Moreover, cognitive warfare is potentially endless, since there can be no peace treaty or surrender for this type of conflict. Just as this new mode of battle has no geographic borders, it also has no time limit. This battlefield is global via the internet, with no beginning and no end. This conquest knows no respite, punctuated by notifications from our smartphones anywhere, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The NATO-sponsored study noted that some NATO nations have already acknowledged that neuroscientific techniques and technologies have high potential for operational use in a variety of security, defense, and intelligence enterprises. It spoke of breakthroughs in neuroscientific methods and technologies, NeuroST, and said uses of research findings and products to directly facilitate the performance of combatants, the integration of human-machine interfaces to optimize combat capabilities of semi-autonomous vehicles, like drones, and development of biological and chemical weapons, or neuroweapons. The Pentagon is among the primary institutions advancing this novel research, as the report highlighted. Although a number of nations have pursued and are currently pursuing neuroscientific research and development for military purposes, perhaps the most proactive efforts in this regard have been conducted by the United States Department of Defense, with most notable and rapidly maturing research and development conducted by DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity. So, the dual-headed snake of DARPA and IARPA. Military uses of neuro-ST research, the study indicated, include intelligence gathering, training, optimizing performance, and resilience in combat and military support personnel, and, of course, direct weaponization of neuroscience and neurotechnology. This weaponization of neuro-ST can and will be fatal. The NATO-sponsored study was clear to point out. The research can be utilized to mitigate aggression and foster cognitions and emotions of affiliation or passivity, induce morbidity, disability, or suffering, and neutralize potential opponents or incur mortality. In other words, to maim and kill people. A 2020 NATO-sponsored study on cognitive warfare. The report quoted U.S. Major General Robert H. Scales, who summarized NATO's new combat philosophy. Victory will be defined more in terms of capturing the psychocultural rather than the geographical high ground. And as NATO developed tactics of cognitive warfare to capture the psychocultural, it is also increasingly weaponizing various scientific fields. The study spoke of the crucible of data sciences and human sciences, and stressed that the combination of social sciences and system engineering will be key in helping military analysts to improve the production of intelligence. If kinetic power cannot defeat the enemy, it said, psychology and related behavioral and social sciences stand to fill the void. Leveraging social sciences will be central to the development of the human domain plan of operations, the report went on. It will support the combat operations by providing potential courses of action for the whole surrounding human environment, including enemy forces, but also determining key human elements such as the cognitive center of gravity, the desired behavior as the end state. All academic disciplines will be implicated in cognitive warfare, not just the hard sciences. Within the military, expertise on anthropology, ethnography, history, psychology, among other areas will be more than ever required to cooperate with the military, the NATO-sponsored study stated. The report nears its conclusion with an eerie quote. Today's progresses in nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive science, NBIC, boosted by the seemingly unstoppable march of a triumphant troika made of artificial intelligence, big data, and civilizational digital addiction, have created a much more ominous prospect, an embedded fifth column, where everyone, unbeknownst to him or her, is behaving according to the plans of one of our competitors. The modern concept of war is not about weapons, but about influence, it posited. Victory in the long run will remain solely dependent on the ability to influence, affect, change, or impact the cognitive domain. The NATO-sponsored study then closed with a final paragraph that makes it clear, beyond doubt, that the Western military alliance's ultimate goal is not only physical control of the planet, but also control over people's minds. Cognitive warfare may well be the missing element that allows a transition from military victory on the battlefield to lasting political success. The human domain might well be the decisive domain, wherein multi-domain operations achieve the common commander's effect. The first 5 domains can give tactical and operational victories, only the human domain can achieve the final and full victory. Canadian Special Operations Officer emphasizes importance of cognitive warfare. When Francois du Cluzel, the NATO researcher who conducted the study on cognitive warfare, concluded his remarks in the October 5th NATO Association of Canada panel, he was followed by Andy Bonvie, a commanding officer at the Canadian Special Operations Training Centre. With more than 30 years of expertise with the Canadian Armed Forces, Bonvie spoke of how Western militaries are making use of research by du Cluzel and others, and incorporating novel cognitive warfare techniques into their combat activities. Cognitive warfare is a new type of hybrid warfare for us, Bonvie said, and it means we need to look at the traditional thresholds of conflict and how the things that are being done are really below those thresholds of conflict, cognitive attacks, and non-kinetic forms and non-combative threats to us. We need to understand these attacks better and adjust their actions and our training according to be able to operate in these different environments. Although he portrayed NATO's actions as defensive, claiming adversaries were using cognitive warfare against them, Bonvie was unambiguous about the fact that Western militaries are developing these techniques themselves to maintain a tactical advantage. We cannot lose the tactical advantage for our troops that we're placing forward, as it spans not only tactically but strategically, he said. Some of these different capabilities that we have, that we enjoy all of a sudden, could be pivoted to be used against us. So we have to better understand how quickly our adversaries adapt to these things, and then be able to predict where they're going in the future, to help us be and maintain the tactical advantage for our troops moving forward. Cognitive warfare is the most advanced form of manipulation seen to date. Marie-Pierre Raymond, a retired Canadian lieutenant colonel who currently serves as a defense scientist and innovation portfolio manager for the Canadian Armed Forces Innovation for Defense Excellence and Security Program, also joined the October 5th panel. Long gone are the days when war was fought to acquire more land, Raymond said. Now the new objective is to change the adversary's ideologies, which makes the brain the center of gravity of the human, and it makes the human the contested domain, and the mind becomes a battlefield. When we speak about hybrid threats, cognitive warfare is the most advanced form of manipulation seen to date, she added, noting that it aims to influence individuals' decision-making and to influence a group of individuals on their behavior, with the aim of gaining a tactical or strategic advantage. Raymond noted that the cognitive warfare also heavily overlaps with artificial intelligence, big data, and social media, and reflects the rapid evolution of neurosciences as a tool of war. Raymond is helping to oversee the NATO Fall 2021 Innovation Challenge on behalf of Canada's Department of National Defence, which delegated management responsibilities to the military's Innovation for Defense Excellence and Security program, where she works. In a highly technical jargon, Raymond indicated that the cognitive warfare program is not solely defensive, but also offensive. This challenge is calling for a solution that will support NATO's nascent human domain and jumpstart the development of a cognition ecosystem within the alliance, and that will support the development of new applications, new systems, new tools and concepts leading to concrete action in the cognitive domain. She emphasized that this will require sustained cooperation between allies, innovators, and researchers to enable our troops to fight and win in the cognitive domain. This is what we are hoping to emerge from this call to innovators and researchers. To inspire corporate interest in the NATO Innovation Challenge, Raymond enticed applicants will receive national and international exposure and cash prizes for the best solution. She then added, tantalizingly, this could also benefit the applicants by potentially providing them access to a market of 30 nations. Canadian military officer calls on the corporations to invest in NATO's cognitive warfare research. The other institution that is managing the Fall 2021 NATO Innovation Challenge on behalf of Canada's Department of National Defence is the Special Operations Forces Command. A Canadian military officer who works with the Cans of Com, Shekhar Ghati, was the final panelist in the October 5th NATO Association of Canada event. Ghati serves as Cans of Com's Innovation Officer for Southern Ontario. He concluded the event appealing for corporate investment in NATO's cognitive warfare research. The biannual Innovation Challenge is part of the NATO battle rhythm, Ghati declared enthusiastically. He noted that in the spring of 2021, Portugal held a NATO Innovation Challenge focused on warfare in outer space. In spring 2020, the Netherlands hosted a NATO Innovation Challenge focused on COVID-19. Ghati reassured corporate investors that NATO will bend over backwards to defend their bottom lines. I can assure everyone that the NATO Innovation Challenge indicates that all innovators will maintain complete control of their intellectual property. So NATO won't take control of that. Neither will Canada. Innovators will maintain their control over their IP. The comment was a fitting conclusion to the panel, affirming that the NATO and its allies and in the military-industrial complex not only seek to dominate the world and the human rights that inhabit it with unsettling cognitive warfare techniques, but to also ensure the corporations and their shareholders continue to profit from these imperial endeavors. So there you have it. A little bit of a long read, but nonetheless, a little bit of insight as to the inner workings and where they're headed innovation-wise, if you want to call it that. The war on for your mind. Perhaps somebody like Alex Jones has been a bit ahead of his time yet again with InfoWars. As funny as that may sound, but nonetheless, it's absolutely true, and you would literally have no way of knowing that your thoughts are being manipulated. How would you prove that? How would you even take something like that in the event war were declared or undeclared on you or a populace? How would you take that into court and prove it? Talk about mind control, holy cow. So that leads into this next piece here as well, and that is this, as it's the science of propaganda is still being developed and advanced. Edward Bernays lives on, yes. So this by Caitlin Johnson over at Medium the other day says, we live in a far less free society than most of us think. It looks like we're free. We don't get thrown in prison for criticizing our government officials. We can vote for whoever we want. We can log on to the internet and look up information on any subject we're interested in. If we want to buy a product, we have many brands that we're free to choose from. But we're not free. Our political systems are set up to herd people into a two-party system that is controlled on both sides by plutocrats. The news media that people rely on to form ideas about what's going on and how they should vote are controlled by the plutocratic class and heavily influenced by secretive government agencies. Internet algorithms are aggressively manipulated to show people information which favors the status quo. Even our entertainment is rife with Pentagon and CIA influence. How free is that? How free is your speech if there are myriad institutional safeguards in place to prevent speech from ever affecting political change? It doesn't matter what you're allowed to say if it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if you're allowed to call the oligarchic puppet put in office by the last fake election as a dickhead. It doesn't matter if you're allowed to Google any information you want, only to find whatever information Google wants you to find. What is the functional difference between a regime which directly censors the internet to prevent dissent and a regime which works with Silicon Valley plutocrats to control information via algorithms and has a system in place which prevents dissent from having any meaningful impact? There is none. Max Blumenthal says this: Canada's military relied on propaganda techniques similar to those employed during the Afghanistan War, shaping and exploiting info to head off civil disobedience by Canadians during the coronavirus pandemic and to bolster government messages. A little bit of a reference to the previous article here, that out of ottawacitizen.com. It says we live in a profoundly unfree society that is disguised as a free society. Western liberal democracy is just totalitarianism dressed in drag. And it's only getting worse. Propaganda is a still developing science. Last month, Ottawa Citizen reported that the Canadian military used the COVID outbreak as an excuse to test actual military PSYOP techniques on its own civilian population under the pretense of assuring compliance with pandemic restrictions. In other words, lockdowns are good. You will obey. Some excerpts. Canadian military leaders saw the pandemic as a unique opportunity to test out propaganda techniques on an unsuspecting public, a newly released Canadian Forces report concludes. The plan devised by the Canadian Joint Operations Command, also known as CJOC, relied on propaganda techniques similar to those employed during the Afghanistan War. The campaign called for shaping and exploiting information. CJOC claimed the information operations scheme was needed to head off civilian disobedience by Canadians during the coronavirus pandemic and to bolster government messages about the pandemic. In other words, lockdown's good. Total 1984, right? A separate initiative not linked to the CJOC plan, but overseen by Canadian Forces intelligence officers, culled information from public social media accounts in Ontario. Data was also compiled on peaceful Black Lives Matter gatherings and BLM leaders. Peaceful protests. This is really a learning opportunity for all of us and a chance to start getting information operations into our CAF D&D routine, the Rear Admiral stated. Yet another review centered on the Canadian Forces Public Affairs branch and its activities. Last year, the branch launched a controversial plan that would have allowed military public affairs officers to use propaganda to change attitudes and behaviors of Canadians, as well as to collect and analyze information from public social media accounts. The plan would have seen staff move from traditional government methods of communicating with the public to a more aggressive strategy of using information warfare and influence tactics on Canadians. So they're not just employing mass-scale psychological operations on the public. They're testing them and learning from them. And we can probably assume that anything which may have been learned was also shared with the government agencies of other NATO members. And per the Gray Zone, says Western governments in the NATO military alliance are developing tactics of cognitive warfare, using the supposed threats of China and Russia to justify waging a battle for your brain in the human domain to make everyone a weapon. By Benjamin Norton. That's the article we just got done reading through. It says in a new article titled, Behind NATO's Cognitive Warfare, Western Militaries Are Waging a Battle for Your Brain, the Gray Zone's Ben Norton reports on how recent NATO-sponsored discussions have explicitly advocated the need to advance the science of cognitive warfare for offensive as well as defensive purposes. And some excerpts. NATO is spinning out an entirely new kind of combat it has branded as cognitive warfare, described as the weaponization of brain sciences. The new method involves hacking the individual by exploiting the vulnerabilities of the human brain in order to implement more sophisticated social engineering. While the NATO-backed study insisted that much of its research on cognitive warfare is designed for defensive purposes, it also conceded that the military alliance is developing offensive tactics, stating, "The human is very often the main vulnerability, and it should be acknowledged in order to protect NATO's human capital, but also to be able to benefit from our adversaries' vulnerabilities." In a chilling disclosure, the report stated explicitly that the objective of cognitive warfare is to harm societies and not only the military. The study described this phenomena as the militarization of brain science, but it appears clear that NATO's development of cognitive warfare will lead to a militarization of all aspects of human society and psychology, from the most intimate of social relationships to the mind itself. In other words, this document shows that figures in the NATO military cartel increasingly see their own domestic population as a threat, fearing civilians to be potential Chinese or Russian sleeper cells, dastardly fifth columns that challenge the stability of Western liberal democracies. Naturally, the NATO researcher claimed foreign adversaries are the supposed aggressors employing cognitive warfare. But at the same time, he made it clear that the Western military alliance is developing its own tactics. And here we see Bean hashtag drop the charges. States as in 1917, a young Edward Bernays was asked to help the American war effort by applying his uncle Sigmund Freud's theories of the unconscious to a new German technique called propaganda. Thus began the current war. The War on Sense-Making, another good article. I guess I'll go ahead and pause that there. I think we're at the top of the hour here. And it looks like Pixels is in-house here. I'll drop the link out there for those that might want to watch the rest of that. There's only about 4 or 5 minutes left of that. But nonetheless, that is what is going on behind the scenes. The war on for your mind continues. And if you ever thought that Edward Bernays and propaganda and all that was bad, and of course we already know that this is basically codified into law, right, through various measures back in 2012, things of that nature. It's only going to get worse. And obviously, no better place to look than what has just taken place through all this COVID stuff here for the last 20 months and how they've used that and employed it and deployed that in Canada at this point. So very, very interesting. Something to be aware of, obviously. Pixels, how we doing, man?
Not bad, Breaking. What are you doing, my friend?
Oh, just another day in paradise.
You sure about that?
Well,
I thought we were going through hell.
Maybe their dystopian version of paradise, not my version of paradise, but theirs at least.
Whose paradise is this? Like, is there anybody winning in this other than the Cabal?
I sincerely hope not. Hopefully we're on the winning side of this and can put an end to this garbage. Frankly, I'm tired of it.
Yeah, same here, man. I mean, yesterday I went into a whole rant of how I'm so tired of watching this regime get away with so much. You know, I will say, if we didn't have voter fraud to worry about, we'd be winning so hard right now.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, you got the whole country. I mean, a crappy "Let's Go Brandon" song comes out. It's not even like musically catchy or anything, but it hits #1 on iTunes for rap and #2 overall with only an Adele song beating it. So that tells you like what this country thinks of Joe Biden and the rest of the administration. However, it's like I feel like they're emboldened by the voter fraud. They don't fear the American voter. I mean, do you think I'm onto something here with that or what?
No, I think you're absolutely right. And they put it on full display, if you recall, in a couple of elections. If you go back and look at what took place with all the mail-in ballot shenanigans with Newsom and the recall effort, nothing really changed, and we didn't really expect that it would. The same would be true if you looked at what happened with Trudeau and company up here in Canada recently. And more importantly, I think if you look at what's playing out in Virginia with McAuliffe here, I would not be surprised if they try and pull that same sort of shenanigans again. And I sincerely hope, I really do, that Virginians are paying attention at this point, that they get out to the polls, that they man the polls, and they document every damn thing, every damn anomaly that they see, and bring it to a head.
Yep, absolutely. Staying on the voter integrity topic, just for a second here, I guess the Senate Republicans have blocked the Democrats' voting rights bill. I love how they got to call it something fluffy and wonderful when really it's just a federal takeover of elections across the board. But the Senate Republicans have blocked even debate on it today. So I guess that's a little bit of a victory there.
So I guess you mean to tell me that Alyssa Milano got arrested for nothing?
I'm so bummed that I missed that. Like, I don't know how I missed that article. I totally would have covered it. I mean,
yeah.
Alyssa Milano getting arrested. I mean, I'm sure it was just something stupid. What are the details of that?
I didn't have the footage of her being arrested, but Breitbart carried the article. I did cover that in the first hour today, and it's absolutely funny. Her and whoever she pals around with. They showed some protest outside of the White House that consisted of about 30 people. So, about the size of a Joe Biden rally, I suppose, all doing their thing yesterday. So, well, it appears perhaps she is not going to get her way, and perhaps she'll just have a rap sheet for nothing.
Yep, absolutely. So I think it looks like Adel is in the house. However, he hasn't turned his camera on. Maybe he's taking care of the dog or something. Oh, wait, there he is. There he is. What's up, Adel?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry about that. Just had to go use the little boy's room here before officially making my way on.
You just call yourself a little boy?
Yeah, I guess so. What's up, guys? How you doing today?
What's going on?
Not too much. Living the dream. Living the dream.
Right. Hey, Adel, look what I found. I had to bring one of these on for you because I know that you'll be so excited.
Oh,
the Surge. It's 8% instead of what? What is the other one? 5?
I'm gonna sound like such a loser, but those are too strong.
Like the first sip that I took, I was like, "Whoa, okay, that tastes like a crappy like seltzer." Like you can definitely taste that low grade alcohol in there.
Yeah, I tried one of those Surge ones. I think I took like 2 sips of it. Like, oh, that's gross. Too much. It's too much. I don't like it. I'm such a wussy when it comes to alcohol, man. I don't handle it well at all. So, yeah, I'll stick to my normal White Claws and be done with it. Thank you very much.
Maybe the next time you come over here and we can, and actually now that the internet's it's fixed, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll do a White Claw Surge show, and we'll just get Adel like totally hammered. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that one, man. How you doing, Spectre?
Well, as I alluded to with Pixels, I said just another day in paradise. But if you listen to the articles I was just covering, it's not a very nice paradise that they want to paint for us, or dystopia and form of mind control. Not sure if you've caught the piece of what played out in Canada with some of the NATO stuff here as of late, but I think many of us would probably be suspicious of whether or not these lockdowns had more motives than that behind the scenes. And obviously they're using campaigns to try and change people's minds. And so the mind becomes a human domain in which they want to try and wage war at this point. And looks like NATO wants to ramp that up. Ugly.
Terrifying stuff.
Yeah, not fun.
So what's the topic for today, boys? What do we want to talk about? It's actually, I was planning on doing like an extra news show because people have been asking me to like extend the breakdown into Wednesdays. So I was thinking about doing an extra show tonight, but it's really not that heavy of a news day. There's nothing really going on out there. I mean, are you guys picking that up too, or?
It's slow. I mean, it's always like, I feel it's always the same topics. Like there's always some controversy around the election integrity stuff. There's always something around vaccines, mandates, or COVID in general. You have your January 6th nonsense that, you can always cover. And then whatever else, whatever social justice thing is in the news that day, or whatever Marxist, movement you have at that time. But the one thing that jumped out to me, and that continues to jump out to me, is the free fall of the Biden administration's like polling and their approval rating. So Quinn and Piac just came out with their latest And look, Quinnipiac, this is like a mainstream media, right? I mean, Spectre, you would know probably better than me. Quinnipiac is establishment as it gets, is it not?
I believe so. Yeah, Kennebec.
Yeah. So new low of 28% approval by independents in the new Quinnipiac poll. 37% total approval, down from 38% 2 weeks ago, with 53%, 52% disapproving, actively disapproving. They go through a bunch of these different, but there's some pretty stunning numbers here. So Biden is now underwater with women at 43% approve, 45% disapprove. Men's approval, disapprove of Biden is brutal at 30-59. So only 30% of men approve of Biden, 59% disapprove. Biden has crashed with Hispanics, who gave him an approve, disapprove of 33-51. Whites approve, disapprove of Biden is 33-59. Black approve, disapprove of Biden is down in dangerous territory for a Democrat at 65-22. So you have a quite a bit walking off the plantation. 22% of African Americans, Black people, walking off the plantation. 13% starting to look for the door. It looks like 65%. Still wearing those mental shackles, but very, very interesting progression here you're seeing of the plummeting of the Biden approval ratings there, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And like I was just discussing with Breaking Spectre before you popped in, there's other signs that this country is not vibing with Joe Biden, shall we say. Have you seen that "Let's Go Brandon" song for the rapper Alexander?
Yeah.
Dude, it hit number 2 across all genres on iTunes. Number 2. The only song that beat it out was an Adele song. No, not you, Adel, not you. Like the singer Adele.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. Trust me, if I sang anything, I don't think it would get anywhere on iTunes. Certainly not number 1. I tell you that. So trust me, there is no confusion. No confusion.
So but it's insane, like, because I was saying earlier to Breaking, like, this isn't even a good song. It's actually kind of annoying when you listen to it. It's funny, but it's just really repetitive and it gets old. The fact that hit number 2 across all genres on iTunes, that is a big freaking deal, dude. That is a huge deal, and I think it shows you more than any poll could possibly show you how this country feels about Joe Biden.
So how does TikTok at this point tactfully try and yank something like that down? Because yesterday the story was that they have claimed that it's now hate speech and bullying.
Yeah, just let's go, Brandon.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this is the more they do this, like the more of a meme and trend it becomes, right?
Yep.
Like the more they try to, like, okay, like they're obviously bothered by it, and now they're letting us know that they're bothered by it. Like they basically said, hey, you want to know how to get under our skin? Start a Let's Go Brandon chant, make a Let's Go Brandon video, create a Let's Go Brandon song. Good. Fuck these people is exactly what needs to happen. They're losing their cool while we just keep having more and more fun. You notice that? We're laughing and they're reeing. They're oh, it's fun, man. That's great.
Well, it gets worse. Did you guys hear that? And this is not Babylon B. This is not set. This is actually real. Okay, the government of Canada has now forbidden its employees from saying the phrase "Let's go, Brandon."
Yep, I did see that. I covered that, I think, on either yesterday or the day before the show.
Yeah. So it's just, I don't know, man. It's so bad.
Let's go, Brandon. I mean, I knew the moment that clip happened, that like I saw that was going to be like the next great meme, because of just how freaking beautiful that played out.
Yeah. Well, it's actually reigniting the meme war.
In a way, yeah.
So
it really is.
It's good to see. It's good to see. By the way, Adel, after you called yourself, you said you had to go to the little boys' room. Wisconsin on out there says, "Watch out, Adel." Oh, come on. I have to pause the chat. Wisconsin on said, "Watch out, Adel. Biden will be looking for you for a sniff."
Yeah, right. Seriously.
He's going to start coming after you.
I want me to start playing with his leg hairs or some creepy shit.
Watch him pop up back again and then tell you a story about corn pop. Goodness gracious, man.
Yeah, man. No, it is funny. I didn't hear that story about TikTok. So they're pulling down videos. Spectre, you said, Let's Go Brandon videos.
That's what they want to do because it's also spawned off the Let's Go Brandon challenge. And I guess everybody is kind of doing their thing on TikTok, whatever TikTok is, dancing to the tune, showing off, whatever. And there's just tons and tons and tons of videos net out there. Paul Joseph Watson had an article on it yesterday.
That's wonderful. You're breaking them when they're banning silly stuff, right? That's when you know they're breaking them. Like this isn't talking about like vaccine injuries or dangerous misinformation about election integrity or COVID-19 that's gonna spread the pandemic through misinformation. No, it's a simple joke, a hilarious meme. Let's go Brandon. It's silly, it's funny, it's whimsical, it's goofy, and they're trying to convince you that it's somehow bullying and that it needs to be censored. You're breaking them. This is not how someone who's in control of a situation behaves. This is the desperate flailing of a dying establishment trying anything they can to maintain some level of control over the consciousness of the masses. And it is fun to watch them fail miserably. Banning Let's Go Brandon. Unbelievable.
So if they try to censor that, though, isn't that racist toward anybody with the first name Brandon? Aren't they effectively trying to cancel anybody with the first name Brandon?
There it is. I'm going to get a hold of the ACLU. We're going to launch some lawsuits. I'm sick of my name being tarnished. God. It's a good point there, Breaking. Oh, my goodness. You know, I was saying earlier to you, Breaking, like, it kind of seems like these people are not afraid of the American voter, but then when Adel brings up something like, actually, you were the one who brought it up. They're actually trying to remove Let's Go Brandon from TikTok, and I'm sure that's going to spread to other social media. Like, I'm waiting for Jack Dorsey to put out, like, a video with him and his Taliban-looking beards explaining why it's not okay to say it, and that they're updating their Twitter policy to make sure it doesn't show up on the platform. When they do stuff like that, it really makes you wonder. It's like, okay, so maybe they are becoming a little bit afraid of the American voter. Maybe they are a little bit afraid of how the country feels about them. Because let's face it, the only reason why Joe Biden is sitting in the Oval Office, or on a set designed to look like the Oval Office, who the hell knows? The only reason he's in that position is because they were able to cheat just enough to bring him over the finish line. Just enough. And that just enough was so wild and cartoonish and obvious that it sparked a whole, 8 months of, and counting, of people looking into it and trying to get audits done and talking about decertification. What happens then when they have used all of their time to do nothing but make the American people hate them? I feel like in 2022 and 2024, they might be a little screwed because they might not be able to cheat enough. Sure, they'll cheat like crazy, but is it going to be enough to get them over the finish line when they just pass the finish line by a hair on the testicle of a gnat? So they barely were. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like they won't be able to cheat enough this next time around.
They're not gonna be able to. No, first of all, no, they're not gonna. They're not going to be able to stuff the ballot boxes the way they were, like the drop boxes, the mail-in votes. While they were able to brute force some of that stuff down our throat in 2020. That story's still being written. Like, that book's not closed yet, right? But you now have Republicans that have seen the scam in place, and you have a much more active and people-driven Republican Party through the precinct strategy. You have more election officials and good people in place ready for this time. So they're going to try to cheat, but it's going to come up against much stiffer resistance this time around. In some states, they've already even changed certain laws and rules to make sure that's not going to happen. And we still have another year of exposing things, right? And could potentially bring more election integrity between now and then too. They are making everybody hate them. the first midterm after a new president comes in is typically not good for that new president and their party historically anyway. And now you have, uh, did you hear Joe Manchin's talking about leaving the Democrat Party and becoming an independent? So now even
He
their
responded to that saying it was just a bullshit rumor.
oh damn, oh well, that was something hopeful. But anyway, good, Spectre. I saw you were trying to jump in there too.
No, I was going to say the same thing.
Oh, about just how everything is kind of falling apart, and you're gonna have more Republican resistance and more eyes on the scam than you did last time.
Yeah, there's that element too. And keep in mind, even red states are starting to jump in. I wouldn't discount somebody like Wendy Rogers heading around the country. I think she's a bit of a bulldog on trying to fire up folks and push for audits and everything else, because just here today, you see that Utah is even going to go down the path of an audit, and that's a deeply red state. But bottom line, it needs to happen in all 50 states, not just the swing states where we saw it stolen. It really should be done in Texas and Utah and every other red state as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's where I think a lot of this scam was really pulled off, was siphoning votes in red counties and red districts, right? Where Trump should have won maybe 70%, and he ended up with 59 or 65%, right? 5% here, 5% there. No red flags raised because the county still went, or the district or whatever it is still went the way you'd expect. But really, it should have been much heavier. That's what you're referring to, right, Spectre? Kind of siphoning a little off the top in the red.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah. I think there's a tremendous amount of damage done that way. You know, I think they had to take a little in every which way they could, because the mountain they had to climb to push this senile old pedophile across the finish line from his basement to the finish line was ridiculous. I mean, 81 million votes, guys. 81 million votes.
My ass.
It's just hysterical. It's funnier and funnier. The longer we are removed from it, the funnier it gets as we watch this all unfold and see what an absolute train wreck it is, and his approval ratings, and all these other polls. Like, the majority of the country doesn't believe this guy's there legitimately now. 56%, according to the last poll, think that he got there because of cheating alone. It's incredible.
So with 2022, if we manage to get back control over Congress, and I mean a firm grip of control over Congress, to where the Biden administration is not going to be able to push through their agenda whatsoever when it comes to legislation, are we going to be looking at the last 2 years of his term literally just being him yelling down at Congress, begging them to support his agenda and nothing happening? And then like the DOJ and the FBI trying to do their strong-arming bullshit to other states around the country who are running things in a more conservative manner. I mean, is that the last 2 years of the Biden administration, just them shaking their fists and yelling at everybody for them to do what they want? Because that's what I foresee if we manage to take back Congress in any meaningful way.
It depends on what your majorities are. So if you have super majorities, then you can actually kind of make him irrelevant and just run the
or you could impeach if we got a majority and like a super majority like you're saying, we would have a chance of a shot at impeaching him, and there's plenty of things that he's done thus far that would totally warrant it.
Yeah, I mean, you could impeach away. You could make him irrelevant, just through your super majority with veto proof legislation. I mean, once you take away the majority in either house, his whole thing becomes completely dead in the water. Assuming, and that's a big assumption, that the Mitch McConnells of the world don't completely fuck you, which they often do. Go ahead, Spectre.
I was going to say, the part you bring up about impeachment, Lindsey Graham was just talking that very thing here today. The only drawback to that, obviously, is, in my mind, it legitimizes his presidency from the start, which it was never legitimate. So to me, impeachment is kind of a non-starter.
I actually agree with that, Spectre. I think the proper way to take care of this is through the state legislatures, recalling the electors and reseating the rightful winner of the election, President Donald J. Trump. I think that needs to happen. Or I think that's ultimately what should happen in a just world. We don't really live in a just world, so I kind of settle for the roundabout way of getting to that result, which whatever it takes, whether it's an impeachment, whether it's the electors being called back, whether it's running out the clock and him winning in 2024 with a Congress that's actually behind him and his agenda. Whatever route we have to take to get make America great again and the America First agenda back on the docket in this country, I'll take it at this point. But I agree that if we lived in a just world, this past 2020 election would be fully litigated, exposed, corrected for the American people to see and for the history books to be properly written. I just don't have faith in the establishment to self-destruct in that way, because that's ultimately what would have to happen for that to happen, is you'd have a self-destruction of the establishment, and they're clinging on for dear life. So I don't know.
You know what I don't have faith in is our judicial system.
Yeah.
We have, despite President Trump, like how many, wasn't it close to 300 judges that he managed to get in? Despite that, we have the most corrupt, controlled, blackmailed, threatened judges probably of any country in the entire on the entire planet. It is the most crooked thing I've ever seen, especially when you look at all these cases that have been brought forth over vaccine mandates. And none of these judges are willing at all to touch it with a 10-foot pole, and a lot of them are actually leaning on that bullshit thing where they were saying, "Oh, there's no standing. You don't have any standing." And they're just refusing to even, you know what I mean? It's just insane. Watching our courts over the past 6 months or so has been, it's just a total train wreck.
So the one thing I'll say about the courts, Inspector, maybe tell me if I'm wrong, but by dismissing it on standing and not, like, let's say they're afraid, right? And they're going to find a way to not stand up to the mandates at this time. By dismissing it on standing instead of hearing the argument and making like a bad ruling, doesn't that do us a favor by not setting like a legal precedent? Doesn't that keep the door open for an argument at a later date? Maybe like a year from now, there's less of a militant, push for mandates or whatnot. It's less heated, and the court would be more comfortable, stepping in and saying, no, this is unconstitutional. Is there anything to that at all, or is this just bad?
It's hard to say, because if you look at what played out in November 3rd, obviously we witnessed a lot of that around the country with all the contestations of folks with affidavits. The proof is there. Nobody wanted to touch it, like you said. Doesn't matter if we're talking the mask mandates or vaccines or what have you. I foresee that we're going to be in a very litigious period here going forward as a lot of this rolls out pertaining to this mandate. When I say November 3rd, it was laid bare for all to see just how corrupt the system to anything happening with that system at all. And so,
you were kind of cutting in and out there a little bit, like roboting a bit, but you sound better now.
All right, yeah, I'm sitting here watching it go in and out on screen. So,
we're not even live on. We're off air.
Are we off air?
At least,
Damn, that was going really well.
At least, we're live still on the Foxhole, I think. Oh, it's buffering. Yeah.
Front row.
Indeed.
Let's see what happens here.
There goes Spectre.
Bring up if we can have anything from Summit News. Paul Joseph Watson publishes a lot of shit on there.
Okay.
People for getting vaccinated.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I swear to God, dude.
Nuh-uh. 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 That's not real. That's
A
not real.
pharmacy
That's not
in
real.
New Zealand.
It's
It's
not
real,
real.
dude.
It's not real. It's not real. It's not. Foxhole. Now, Spectre, you there? I think we lost Spectre again.
We'll give him a minute.
Yeah,
I can't believe this.
I'm not sure if we're still buffering. I'm watching chat here.
We can hear you now. Now, back up.
I kind of, yeah. I don't see anything on D Live, and you're very robot-y on my end. I don't know if he is for you too, Brandon. Or you guys are. I guess it's both of you.
Well,
At the beginning of it.
Maybe we're straightening out.
Yeah, you sound solid to me now. I don't know if Adel can hear you well, but
I could hear him. Yeah, it was a little robot-y earlier, but it's starting to get better.
All right, I think we're back.
All right.
5 by 5, according to folks in chat.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're still up, I believe.
Oh, cool. All right. Well,
we back up.
It looks
show.
It looks like it. All right. All right. All right. All right. Show him. Show him. Show him. Show him. Show him. Please show him.
So, okay, if we are back online, hopefully we are back online, but I just found this insane, literally just a few minutes ago, this came out from Paul Joseph Watson over on Summit News. A pharmacy is handing out blue pill jelly beans to reward people for getting vaccinated, and I swear this is not satire, this is real. This is real. A pharmacy in New Zealand is handing out blue pills in the form of jelly beans to reward people for getting vaccinated. Yes, really, quote, absolutely losing my shit over the truly enormous plastic-wrapped single jelly bean they gave me for getting my second dose, posted Twitter user at The Fleet Is Late. Comparisons to the Matrix movie were quickly forthcoming, of course, and there it is. There's they actually packaged it. It says, vaccination treat, Jelly Bean 1. Thank you for choosing to get vaccinated. Have a nice day. This is over in New Zealand. Others compared the Jelly Bean to a human dog treat for good behavior. Yeah, so, that is absolutely, unbelievable.
Best thing I've ever seen.
These people, man.
They gave him the blue pill. They're literally taking the blue pill.
I got nothing. There's nothing I can say to that. It's just, there it is. It's there. Yeah. Yeah.
Chalk that up under, you can't make this shit up.
Exactly. You just can't. You can't.
Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful story. That can't be real. Like okay, so wait, what do you, have they never seen The Matrix? Are they trying, is it like because we all use red pill from our side of things that they're just trying to like, do they realize like the side of things that they're falling on with that? Or are they completely, like, is it completely unaware of like the blue pill, red pill thing? Like, do you, like, what do you think it is? Like, because they can't, it's one of the most popular movies of all time, right? Like, what is it? What do you guys think? Are they unaware? Or are they trying to?
They have to be unaware. They have to be unaware. Like, they would not take things to such a stupid level of, like, proudly handing out blue pills, which stands for, literally, it symbolizes like
being asleep, remaining asleep.
Yeah,
staying in the Matrix.
Like, you don't even have to watch The Matrix to understand that shit. It's like everywhere. It's so known and common. But people are actually out there saying that we're not live anywhere still.
They're mocking the sheeple. No, we're live on D Live right now.
Are we live on D Live?
Yeah, we have 113 viewers. What's up, everybody? Good to see you out there.
Hey, breaking. Can you like toggle it off and then on again for the Foxhole RTMP and Restream?
Yeah, give me
Just
1 second. May have hung out. I know sometimes it hangs up.
Yeah, if there's a lapse in the connection, Restream can get really confused and like shut off the Foxhole one for whatever reason. But yeah. So there's a headline that's out there right now. That just Wow. Wow. I'm kind of looking through here. Oh! I believe it's back on Foxhole. Yeah, we should be back. We're back on Foxhole now, so that's good. So yeah, anybody out there on Foxhole who missed it, we were just covering this right here. A pharmacy in New Zealand is actually handing out blue pill jelly beans to reward people for getting vaccinated. We had a nice laugh over this.
Yeah, that's a fantastic one right there.
But there you go. That's what it is right there. From the Mango High Pharmacy over in New Zealand. And I don't even have to say anything about it for you guys on Foxhole. You get it. You understand what's going on here. This is just full on like clown world shit. Like what else can I say? What else can I say?
It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Someone says they're mocking the sheep. Like it's a mockery thing. I think that's absolutely right. Actually, I think I think they're putting it right in your face. Like, look how dumb you are.
I think they're doing that with that Squid Game show. You guys seen that?
I've seen what do you call it? Like previews for it, but I haven't watched it.
Well, speaking of Paul Joseph Watson, he put out a video about it earlier, and I watched it, and it's like, it really is. It's like, it's full of Cabal symbology. It's like ritual freaking blood sacrifices, but being put off in like this weird like Hunger Games type of thing. And then they're also like the contestants or whatever. It's just totally infantilizing all of them. And it feels like, to me, like the masses, this is like the new fad. Like the masses are watching this show, and it's like predictive programming for the Cabal's like sick shit. It's just like, they put it in people's faces, and they think that it's just pure entertainment and there's nothing to it. But it's like the symbolism in that show is full on evil, man. It's messed up.
I haven't seen Paul's video, and I haven't watched the show beyond just the little preview I've seen on Netflix, but I don't know anything else about it.
Yeah, it's I think that's what, like, to what Breaking said, kind of like they're mocking people. I think they're mocking the normies and the masses because they don't understand what's being symbolized there in that show. And it's almost like I've heard you mention, Adel, like you have to invite the vampire into your home. And like the Cabal, a lot of these like occultists and shit that are in the Cabal believe that they have to, in some form, broadcast out there their plan or be like sneakily honest about it, or that karma will come back on them, right? And I feel like that's what's being done here with this Squid Game show, because it's sick. The whole, and it actually also it also includes like organ harvesting, to where like it's almost the exact thing that's going on right now in China in the concentration camps, and it's just being pushed out there on this show that's meant for entertainment, and everyone seems to think it's cool. It's like, it's almost like they're all giving permission for that sort of thing to be going on in this world, and especially in the future more widespread. I don't know. It's just it freaks it freaks me out, man, big time. Freaks me out.
Have you seen this show? I haven't seen it. I don't know.
No, I haven't either.
Yeah, I agree with you, Pixels, that there's definitely some of that like soft disclosure, right? And through it, for sure, you see that all over the place, especially through Hollywood, movies and TV shows, for sure.
I would highly recommend. Let me see if I can find the link to it actually, because he explains it in a really, really great way. Yeah, the symbolism behind Squid Game is what the video is called. I'll share the link in the live chats.
Cool. That's Paul Joseph Watson's pretty good, so I'll take that.
Yeah, he puts out some pretty decent stuff for sure. Yeah, so I'd recommend checking that out, because it'll get you up to speed on what it is. But it's like this big fad, man. Everyone's into it. I was just talking to my friend the other day, and I was like, oh, so what are you doing? He's like, oh, me and my roommates are getting ready to watch this Squid Game thing. And at the time, I had no idea what it was, other than just hearing the name of it from a handful of other people. So I look into what this thing is, and I'm like, wow, this is like the sickest shit I've ever seen. Like, and people are just like mass enjoying it. It's just casual enjoyment, watching people get essentially freaking like murdered and organ harvested in some weird Hunger Games like thing that's controlled by like Cabal figures that that are wearing masks and shit. It's just, I don't know, it's just the freakiest shit. I'll get off of it. It's just, I don't know, man. I just, the masses just love to eat that shit up.
That's not new though. I mean, there's been like fucked up imagery and things like that in entertainment for a long time. I mean, they've been putting really weird messed up things out there. People said like similar things about like the Saw or like Hostel movies or whatever, like basically just snuff films and stuff like that. So I mean, this is not new. It's just the latest example of a long pattern of behavior.
Well, except this one, they really are shoving all of the symbology of the cabal like down your throat with it.
Which
it's
goes
like
along with
so
everything,
out there.
right? Like everything else, right? Like the corruption and stuff used to be more subtle, and you really had to look a lot harder to see it than you do now, right? Like so, like everything else, they've kind of gotten more brazen, and they've sped up the tempo of all the things that they normally do slower and more methodically. Over the last 5 years, it's been an increasing it's been an increasing acceleration. And the big question is that because they are being cornered into doing that by good guys, or is it because they feel comfortable enough with the progress they've made that they feel as though nothing can stop their train? And that's, I guess, what remains to be seen. I think it's the former personally, but time will tell.
Yep, absolutely. Does anybody else still have the live chat up from before? Because I know that we got some gold pills from somebody. I can't remember who it was, and we forgot to thank them. And right now, Wisconsin just gifted a cookie and said Pixels just needs to return to the safety bosom of the Admiral. That's not gonna go away, is it? Like the Rachel Levine thing. I was covering that yesterday, and live chat was having a lot of fun with me over that, grossing me out in like the worst possible ways. Thank you for the cookie there, Wisconsin.
Also, Truckin' Butch out there gave us 103 gold pills. Says gave Adel an invite on his show. It includes you. We'll be in touch. I'll let you know about that off air sometime, Pixels. But yeah, some good stuff there from Truckin' Butch for sure. There's a great call into the show too. And then I'm scrolling back. That's everything I have as far as the gold pills goes. So thank you, Truck and Butch. Thank you, Wisconsin. Very, very much appreciated, guys.
Yep, absolutely. And then Not My President out there was asking, if proven Biden never won in 2020, what becomes of all the BS he has tried to put in and has implemented? Well, I think in a sane world and in a just world, all of it would be reversed, right? But
well, all that stuff can be pretty much reversed with the pen. And look, that's if it's proven, if it gets to a point where it's proven and he's like removed and that's all corrected, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Like, I don't think the bad decisions of the cabal are going to stand in our way much longer. Like, if it gets to that point, that means we're uprooting everything. That means this whole thing's about to get fucking tipped on its head and ripped down to its most fundamental foundation, and then hopefully built back in a much more humanity friendly way than the last time. So it's a good question, but I think it's also not, I don't think it matters. Like, I think that you'll have such an outpour of support to bring things to like a more America first constitutional mindset at that point, that whatever you couldn't just swipe away with a pen, you'd have such a majority in either Congress or just the people would be, that would be a clear sign that the people are truly in control at that point. I mean, you agree with that? Like, if we got to that point that all of that stuff is easily taken care of afterwards, like we've already won or pretty much already at the threshold of victory at that point, if we get to the point where it's outwardly accepted that Biden isn't the president.
Yeah. Well, I think if that happens, he's just going to become irrelevant. And we're going to have that situation of him yelling and shaking his fist at all the states, do it my way, and all the states going to be like, no, you're not president, so piss off, I could definitely see a situation like that happening where Sure, on paper, Biden's the president and everything, but literally nobody out there acknowledges his authority, and authority dies when it's not acknowledged. Authority is nothing when the so-called people being authoried on are just all of a sudden like, no, you don't have that authority anymore. We don't believe in it. Well, it's gone now.
Oh yeah, I meant even like if we got to the point where he was actually through some process removed, like if it got to the point where it was, then at that point I'm saying is we're already there's not, you don't have to worry about shit that he signed or his executive orders or mandates or whatever. Those become whether or not they're still technically in place or not, I don't see those holding much weight. And I think the country, where we'd be consciously as a country at that point, it would be red pilled enough that the way we'd vote, the people that we'd be putting in control at that point, and just the direction of the country would be shifted so fundamentally and so significantly that all of that stuff would be wiped out in short order through one mechanism or another.
Probably most of it through the stroke of a pen, to be honest.
Yeah. However it would be quickly and swiftly. If we're talking about Biden being removed as illegitimate, then yeah, his executive orders are the last thing we have to worry about.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so we got about 15 minutes left. I'm noticing this now from Breitbart. Josh Hawley has introduced a bill to curb Biden's supply chain crisis. Make in America to sell in America. A really quick synopsis of it, I guess. It would require multinational corporations within the United States to increase the production of goods in the U.S. in order to sell within the U.S. The senator's bill would help end the country's over-reliance on foreign factories and provide a check to make sure a supply chain crisis, which the country is currently in, does not happen again. Now, do you guys think this is a good idea? Kind of telling multinational corporations, make all your stuff in the U.S. if you want to sell in the U.S., or do you think that this would push the multinational corporations to be like, all right, we're just going to go do all our business in China then, right? At what point are you pushing the corporations out of the country that you would like to enrich?
Well, if you push them out, that makes room for the mom and pop shop.
The small business. Yeah, exactly.
No, I think it's a great idea. Republicans always have their best ideas when they have absolutely no
power.
You know what I mean? It's so convenient.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, I just put a bill in today to make machine guns and tanks legal for citizens. My conservative base will love it. It's like, oh, would you put that in if we had a super majority in both houses? Probably not. You probably wouldn't at all. You know what I mean? They're it's like
no, they'd co-author a bill to make Facebook stop being monopolistic.
It's like that guy. That wants to pretend like he wants to fight, knowing his friends will hold him back. You know what I mean? Like, he wants to look tough. He has no interest in a fight. So it's like he puts on the big show, knowing that he's going to be carried out of the bar by his friends and not allowed to have an actual confrontation. That's essentially what a lot of these politicians do. I like Josh Hawley. I'm not saying that that's what he's doing here, but I'm far more interested in what these Republicans do when they're in power than when they're sitting there in the minority, knowing that none of their shit's going to actually be voted on. You could sit there and pay lip service to your base without crossing your special interest donors when you're in this position. That's why I think, honestly, Republicans fucking love this. They love this because they can sit there and be the gun-toting cowboys that we all wish they actually were, and it doesn't piss off their donors because there's no teeth to anything that they're saying. But the second, the pendulum swings back and then they're in power, they find every reason they can to not get shit done. It's such a joke. It's so pathetic. It's the uniparty. It's exactly what it is. Hopefully, with what we're going through now, we're in the process of breaking that uniparty control and actually taking one of these seats at the table for we the people. Again, remains to be seen, but I am hopeful.
Yep. So, another headline that I'm seeing right now, I'm sure this is gonna rise out of you, Adel. The FDA has authorized the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson boosters and Vax mix and match. So it doesn't matter which one you got before. You can just go get whatever the hell you get, like a Pfizer and an AstraZeneca and a Moderna all at the same time. It's all good. No problem.
I'm actually I'm actually perfectly fine with this because this is going to thin the herd, and it's going to thin the people that honestly, if you're dumb enough to mix concoctions from J&J and Moderna, or J&J and Pfizer, then you know what?
Natural selection is what you're saying.
I hope that everyone that wants to do it does it. I'm all about freedom of choice with this one.
I've been kind of theorizing lately that there's going to be a moment of the great humbling, right? Where all these people who have been bashing others for not getting the vaccines or whatever, this shit's going to catch up to them eventually. With many of them, it already is. They're in the hospital having a hell of a time because they decided to get shot up with dead fetal cells and who knows whatever the hell else they put in that shit. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of waiting for that great humbling moment where they're all like, they realize how bad they screwed up, how stupid that they've been for allowing the media to propagandize them into taking something that could probably alter their life in a negative way for the rest of their life, health-wise. They're going to have this moment where they're humbled by that experience and maybe start to realize, maybe I should start, those people that I, think of as conspiracy theorists, it looks like they were right on this situation all along. What else are they right about? Right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't wish anybody harm. I really don't. Like, I hope that these things are harmless. We already know that they're not.
Neither do I. I think it's terrible, but I mean,
yeah, I'm not rooting. I joke, I mean, because I don't know how else to handle the absolute nonsense other than to make light of it a little bit and just kind of throw my hands in the air. But this is absurd. You can't. They'll stop you from taking a drug that's been proven safe, for humans and won Nobel Prize, and I mean over billions treated. They'll sit there and deflate the hell out of decades of already proven research, and they'll do that while telling you can mix two experimental jabs together that we still have no idea what either one of these things will do over the course of the next 5-10 years to people. They're already just telling you, go ahead and mix, you can mix these two brands, it's fine. I am they are willing, from these organizations, you have what you have coming to you. I don't know what else to say. I feel bad, but then again, I don't.
I'm trying to warn people about this, all that ever mocked.
I don't even care about that aspect of it, about being mocked, or it's they're doing it out of either fear or coercion, or they're true believers or whatever. I don't know. It's they're so mentally enslaved. It's I don't know. I'm struggling to find the right words to express how I feel about it, because there's such a mix of emotions. You want to make fun of them, but you also feel bad doing that because they could seriously be getting hurt. You don't want. I don't know. I'll just stop there. It's
I get it, man. It's tough. It's a tough one. It really is.
Yeah. But I do. There are certain people that I think should get all the vaccines mixed together. They're mostly in Washington D.C. And work for the mainstream media. But everyone pushing it and mandating it, I think that they should be forced to get both jabs of every single one.
Yeah.
Or all the jabs of every single one. If you're forcing other people to get it, then I think that you should be forced to take them all.
Right. Forever. And they've tried to put off they're doing that. They have these little press conferences where they get the jab live, but do any of us believe there's anything other than saline solution in those syringes? I mean, come on.
I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything that they put on TV. If they're putting it on TV as a way to show something to it's just a lie. My brain automatically goes to this is a lie anymore.
Right. It looks like Foxhole's down for us again, but
I
I don't know if DLive is going the same way. Breaking, are you monitoring it? What's it looking like?
Yeah,
Really?
looked like we had a little bit of a hiccup there, but I think it's recovering.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we just disappeared off Foxhole. It says we're not live anymore, so something might have happened with that level.
Still according to my screen.
Right on. All right, well, then I have time then to go ahead and bring this up. This just came out, actually, over an hour ago. I can't believe I missed this one. A U.S. military base in Syria has been attacked by an Iran-backed militia drone strike. No U.S. casualties reported. So let me get this straight. Since when does an Iran-backed militia have a drone to strike with? I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the drones that were captured by the Taliban when we gave them, what was it, $53 billion? Or no, $83 billion worth of military equipment. And now they're attacking U.S. military bases, possibly with this stuff that the Biden regime gave them. The other part of this that concerns me is this is Iran. We know that Iran is buddy-buddy with China and Russia, and I'm really afraid of possibly if Iran or China, like if China starts something with Taiwan, World War III. If Iran starts something with literally anybody and then China and Russia get involved, World War III. Am I like jumping the gun there, or do you guys have the same concerns?
I don't personally think that they're looking to start a kinetic war yet, but they're definitely leaving. You can tell they're leaving that on the table as a fail-safe.
My thought is it looks like they're not making as much ground with the depopulation agenda that they'd like to. So what better way to depopulate than to maybe nuke a couple major cities in the world?
That's a good, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's not a. Who knows, man? These people are sick. We know that these people. There's no bottom to how far they'll drop.
Certainly not.
I hope there's enough good to mixed in there with the evil to counteract there to stop that stuff before it actually goes kinetic. All of this optics bullshit was to stop a world war. So if we went through 5 years of optics and bullshit and covering up and delaying and slow walking and drip and trust the plan for a fucking kinetic war, I'm gonna be pissed. I'll just say that right now. If we went through all of that just to end up where we could have just gotten to it fucking back in 2017, you could have come out and just released and unsigned or unsealed everything, and we could have just fucking done this then. We should have just done it then and gotten it over with. If we have to wait to go to war with Biden as the commander-in-chief, fuck that. We will. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. I still believe that, Q is legit, and I still do trust the overall plan, if you will. And my understanding of that plan was it was put in place to avoid a world war and a major kinetic military conflict. And I'm still riding with that until I really see something more aggressive, I guess. That's where I'll leave it.
All right. Well, it looks like with that, we are pretty much out of time. Regarding the possible extra show tonight, I don't think I'm going to do it unless some really crazy stuff comes out. I'll keep my eye on the news, but you guys can definitely plan to see me tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Eastern for my show, The Breakdown, where I'll be covering all the news of the day. And I think it's still possible that I'll decide to come on tonight after I get done with some errands and whatnot. So possibly look for that. And then tomorrow, of course, I'll be on with my regular show. But with that being said, Adel, what do you have to plug, my friend?
So tomorrow, right here on 5x5, you'll have Pinata and Homesteader doing a pre-show leading up to Taking It Back with Brendan Dilley, and quite frankly, that's on WTPI. On Friday, Friday marks 3 years since the very first upload to WTPI, the very first one. So we're going to be doing on Friday kind of a 3-year anniversary celebration of the channel and the brand WTPI. We're gonna play the very first video I uploaded, which is cringy AF. Let me tell you, we're gonna enjoy that one. It's about a 20-minute video, me talking about or going through a thread on. Well, actually, I'm not gonna give it away. I want to see who even knows what it's about. I want to see who is around. There's only about 300 or 400 views of that video, so I want to see if anyone remembers what the content of that video was. So I'll keep an eye on live chat and see if anyone knows what that was all about. I'll be curious to see. Spectre, I would absolutely love it, man. If you joined us on on Friday, you were there at the birth of the channel. I still consider you a founder and a member of it. You know, so if you'd like to join us on Friday, man, and be part of that and take calls with us and just kind of enjoy the moment, I would love to have you as part of that.
I recall that very first episode, and I guess I'll hold my tongue as to who said character was that you went through the thread on. So you guys on perhaps the YouTube side will have to dig a little bit to go find that. But yeah, that was the old humble beginnings. Doesn't seem possible. That's been 3 years ago already. Holy cow.
Isn't that insane?
Congratulations.
Thank you. October 24th.
Crazy.
2018. We launched.
And we started off with such a bang, and then all of a sudden January 2019 rolled around, was it? And bottom fell out along with everybody else on YouTube, and everything kind of hit a wall. And of course, that's when everybody started to kind of branch out and hit all these other platforms because we saw it was coming. So
yeah,
we'll keep fighting on nonetheless.
Wasn't it late summer 2018 that I became a part of this movement, Adel? Do you remember when exactly that was?
It was right around then, because if I remember correctly, I tried to get you to join a lot more early on with the channel. I think it was right around when we first started doing the live show. I was trying to get you more involved. So yeah, that all kind of came together around the same time.
Crazy, man. 3 years. How does the time pass that quickly? Totally insane.
Yeah, one crazy narrative at a time, I guess.
Somebody actually put it in chat. Ms. American Pie, I think, got it right.
Hold on.
Apparently scrolled all the way back to the beginning.
Oh, I don't think it's all private. You can't even find it. So they remember.
Oh, really?
That's why I'm impressed.
Ooh.
I am very, very, very impressed. Very impressed. That's incredible, because you can't even scroll back and look. You just had to remember. So keep that on the down low. Those of you out there, don't bring that up. I want to try that again. On Friday, although I'm pretty sure that's already out of the bag. Good job, though. Good job. But yeah, that's all I got. So looking forward to tomorrow with Dilly and Frank, and really looking forward to Friday, and celebrating WTPI and the anniversary there. So make sure you guys, if you're available, you come hang out and say hi.
Right on. I'll try and pop in. What time do you say that was?
Normal 4 o'clock broadcast. Just gonna do the Friday, or just gonna turn the Friday show into it, rather than, because technically it's on Sunday, which is the only day I don't typically go live. So I just figured, screw it, we'll just do it on Friday.
Right on. Yeah, I'll see if I can pop in as well.
Awesome.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I think that does it. See you guys tomorrow for sure for my regular show. But still, I don't know. It's just, if I come on tonight, consider it a surprise. With that being said, Spectre, go ahead, my friend.
All right. Well, and don't forget, tomorrow morning I kick things off 9:30 a.m. as well on the old channel, covering a lot of financials, what's been going on with energy related stuff all across the world, and obviously supply chain bottlenecks as that stuff plays out. So been hitting that pretty hard here for about the last month, and yeah, that kicks off 9:30 in the morning. That being said, that ought to do it for us at 5x5 here today. I'll see you back here next week. Hopefully we get Sunny back. She's been ill, under the weather. Keep her in your prayers. The last 2 weeks, obviously, been sick with the shenanigans and that, and hopefully she recovers back to her full self here soon. Miss seeing her on here. So that being said, we'll see you next week, folks. Take care.